A Beastly on time for a stream. Let's go. I know, crazy. Chat, we got some sauce discovered today. I don't know how the young goat himself, Poodle, discovered this, but apparently there's a way you can cheese the system to not have the game auto-spend your tokens. I'm gonna try to replicate that myself and see if it works, because if that's the case, moving forward, your boy is not spending any more of my tokens if I don't have to. Oh, I really hope EA doesn't patch this shit, but they're gonna 100% patch this shit. Yeah, Carver, I'm not even trolling. I was eating my turkey sandwich. Actually, I lied. It was a tuna sandwich. Wrong meat with a T. But anyways, I was eating my hot tuna melt sandwich. And well, because I click on other people's videos to watch my own videos. Every now and then something pops up in the feed. And so when I was eating my sandwich, I'm like, fuck it. I'll just go ahead and click on the video. I was expecting some bullshit, because that's typically what you get with a lot of videos where it's like, this is the most broken shit in the game, and then like it's not that broken. But no, this is like actually broken. So how you do this, and again, I'm gonna try to replicate this myself to verify that you can do it and it's not like just a one-off thing. Because the beautiful thing about YouTube, you don't really know when something gets recorded of versus when it's posted. I could record a video from like a month ago and post it today, and as long as I don't tell you the time, you guys have no idea when I actually recorded the video. But anyways, EA's going to patch this shit. I highly doubt they're not going to patch this, but from apparently how this works, the week that you change the setting from auto progress to manual progression, it stops the computer from spending your tokens, right? There's kind of like a 1 week buffer. So if you just bunny hop back and forth between the spend my tokens, don't spend my, or excuse me, I got that backwards. Don't spend my tokens to spend my tokens to don't spend my tokens to spend my tokens, and just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, the game won't actually ever spend your tokens. So you will have an off-season training like you had last year. And yeah, your backups won't have to be upgraded. And as he says in his VOD, this is a very fundamental game-breaking thing, because everything in this game is based off the NIL, right? So if you have your players at a low overall like we did last year, they will want less money, right? So you don't have to spend hundreds and hundreds of NIL on, your players when you can just keep them a lower overall. So we're going to see if I could do this. I might fuck it up the first time, because I may or may not have been watching that video on like 2 or 3 times speed. So I might have incorrectly explained it, but basically you can just go back and forth with this setting and it stops the computer from spending your tokens, which is pretty cool. 100% though, it's going to get patched, because what EA will probably do is the moment you flick this on, it'll, like, the moment you back out of this screen, it'll auto spend your tokens. That's how I bet you they're going to more than likely patch this. But we shall see. But you best believe I'll be doing this for the rest of the time while we can do it. Hey, shout out to you, Syracuse. Thank you for the 5. Let's go, sauce. Yes. Let me go ahead and quickly rewatch, but just skip around the video. Just to make sure I, 1, correctly explain that, and 2, I correctly do that. Which, if anything, this exploit is kind of extra funny, because, like, nobody wanted... Like, the point of manual progression is for me to control when you develop, not the game. and they went and like changed a whole bunch of shit that no one really asked for. And now with this glitch, you can kind of go back to the old way of doing it, which is to spend things when you want to spend them. And man, if only EA wouldn't screw us like that. Okay, I was right. Yeah, it starts off, and then you switch it on, and then you switch it back off, and then you... Okay, I was right. Oh, I also should probably, while we're doing the intro for the stream, if you guys haven't seen, I've kind of been on a little win streak. Just a little 5-year win streak, you know? Actually, I lied. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't count. A 6-year win streak, not bad. Oh man. Also, we discovered PB1 last stream. Basically, I thought there was already PB1. No. We found the real PB1. This shit is insane. If you weren't here for that portion of the stream, you guys missed out on some diabolical stats. I don't know if I can show it. Oh, I can. Sweet. So in terms of my team as like an offensive whole, we had almost 9,000 yards. We averaged 53 points per game, which, to be fair, wasn't that impressive last year. This year, different story. Almost 53 points per game. Almost scored 900 total points. Nuts. We averaged 8 yards per play. And as you guys can see, your eyes don't deceive you. We had almost 7,000 yards passing. This shit was insane. So yeah, almost 7K yards passing, averaged 430 per game, and 70 passing touchdowns. 70. We almost doubled up the second best team with passing touchdowns, being Tennessee. Now, mind you, we had 2 extra games in them, but still, the gap between first and second place for passing touchdowns is insane. But Beastly, it's just because you're passing the ball every play. Dude, we still had 1,800 rushing yards. That's not a small amount of rushing yards. And the other really cool thing is in terms of touchdowns, we were top 3 in rushing touchdowns. So it doesn't matter whether our QB was getting the touchdowns, our running backs was getting the touchdowns. We were just scoring damn near at will. It was easily one of the just most insane seasons I've ever seen. We averaged 23 first downs per game, which is just nuts. Syracuse, what's the playbook you were working with? This season was Hawaii. We were testing specifically Hawaii, and because a commenter on my previous VOD said that Hawaii will have a like 3,000 to 4,000 yard receiving receiver. And I was like, there's no universe you will ever get a 4,000 yard receiver without actually playing the game and just throwing streaks every play. But I could see a world where you get like a 3,000 yard receiver, just because the best I've ever seen was 2,600. So it's still a pretty big gap between 2,600 and 3,000, but it's not a size of gap that's unobtainable. However, we didn't have a receiver crack 3,000 yards. However, we had multiple receivers damn near crack 2,000 yards apiece. So the fact that my tight end had damn near 1,000, my wide receiver 3 had 1,000, my wide receiver 2 had like 1,500, and my wide receiver 1 had like 1,800 or 1,900. Easily, like, in terms of just the entire offense, the best offense I've ever seen. Now, to be fair, Hawaii did do this last year as well. The only difference between 26 Hawaii and 27 Hawaii is last year it was very unpredictable. So some games you would throw for, 1,000 yards, and then some games you would throw for like 100 yards and lose the game. So it was very great for stats last year, but wasn't a lick worth of consistent. This year, it seems like, at least initially, they fixed the consistency problem with the playbook, so now it's just sheer stats. So, and also last year, I did use the pocket passing QB. So this year, as you guys can see, we will be testing it with John Pears, who is almost as fast as our other QB was. So we're not getting that big of an improvement in terms of testing for like stats for speed purposes. But what I'll probably do is after I max upgrade accuracy and IQ, if I have enough tokens, I'll then dump them into quickness. And if I don't have enough upgrades into quickness, I'll then go in myself and just edit his stats a little bit, because the pocket passer at 80 speed, I would like this guy to have like 85, 86 speed, that like mid 80s range. And then the third guy we're going to test is going to obviously be 99 speed, 99 acceleration. So I want to really test the Hawaii book to see if it's like Boise, where you could technically use it with any QB, but objectively speaking, for the best stats, you want a pocket passer. So that's what this stream's going to be. And then after we test Hawaii for a crazy athletic QB, an average athletic QB, and a slow QB, I also want to go test Texas Tech. I've been told by Jones and several other people in the comments of my last VOD that Texas Tech is also crazy. So that is the agenda for today. Which, speaking of which, before I end up forgetting this, because I'm going to forget. I forgot. We were testing playbooks for so long when this year started that I had some playbooks slip through the cracks. So I'm going to go in and start a new rankings for playbooks. Because I did say in my previous VOD that if enough info did change, I would go and do a episode 2 and episode 3 of the best playbooks in the game. And sure as shit, automatically, just because the Hawaii playbook alone, I have to make a part 2. And I would be willing to bet cash money that in between now and when that video gets uploaded, I will find more than just the Hawaii playbook. So I will have said list. And what I'll do is I will put on the list, I will put the record we went with our team. So like example, Notre Dame 16-0, 3,000 yards passing, almost 4,000 yards rushing, Heisman, national championship, yada, yada, stuff like that. And unlike the YouTube video, I will have, there will be a, basically every playbook will be ranking in the second one. And I probably should have done this for the first one, but oh well. Rather than it being running playbooks, passing playbooks, and balanced playbooks, when I do episode 2, every playbook will be either a passing playbook or a running playbook. And the third section will be meh. Because I really don't think there's that many truly balanced playbooks in the game to give the balanced playbook its entire section. I think if your playbook, like example BYU, would be something I would put in the balance section where the QB really didn't do very well. Actually, I lied. BYU I'd probably put in the rushing section, but either way, you get my point. There are some playbooks where it's like your quarterback puts up okay numbers and your running backs put up okay numbers, and it's just a bunch of okay, nothing too special, and you still win. So that'll be how we break things down moving forward. Running playbook, passing playbook, just meh. And by the way, meh doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that it's just meh, right? Like it's not good or bad. It's directly in the middle. So How y'all doing? Got 6 likes in the VOD. Appreciate y'all. Oh, since we have this update for several days, chat, have they officially fixed the Hawaii shit? Because this is like the 3rd or 4th update in a row. They said they fixed the aggressive blocking stuff, which they didn't. And that they fixed the Hawaii stuff, in which they haven't. So is this officially the first update where Hawaii is finally fixed, or is Hawaii still broken? Because if Hawaii's finally fixed, and I know Visionary's been fixed, we could finally start the online leagues back up. So if Hawaii has been fixed, then we will start the league back up probably sometime Thursday or Friday. And for at least the first week or so of this league, it'll be a rapid fire league. I want to try to get back up to where we should be, not where we currently are. So we'll probably be blasting the entire first season out the way in like probably a week. A week, maybe a week and a half. So we're going to have crazy pace, just that way we can actually catch up. Now, I don't really need... No idea on the pipeline. Well, Carver, it wasn't just the pipeline. Their deal breakers were also bricked. As you guys can see, I gave this linebacker almost 700 NIL to come back. Yeah, I definitely overpaid for that guy, but it'd be that way. But yeah, it wasn't just their pipeline, Carver. Their deal breakers were fucked. Their procs to home would just be a perma F, even in Hawaii, which is just hilarious. Hawaii was, like, objectively probably the most broken team in the game, and I don't mean in a positive way. They were awful. I don't know how any of that goes through testing and no one figures it out, but they were pretty bad. Keyword there is I'm hoping they were bad. They're currently not bad, but I could do Mike. I could do Sam. Go 4 deep at Sam, 4 deep at Mike. Yeah. And again, I know I've got new people watching all the time. I know they're not technically a 3-star school because the rule was you got to pick a 3-star program, but Hawaii had the potential to become a 3-star program, which meant down the road, Joe Schmo, who would have got that team, would have got hoed because their shit wouldn't have worked. So we should be good. Get my O-line right, though. Ooh. See, now that we know the Poodle tech, which, by the way, I forget if he says it in the video, but I would love to ask the person who discovered this glitch how the fuck they went about discovering this glitch, because I can't think of a single normal person who would just sit there and go back and forth week in, week out, enabling and disabling auto recruiting or auto spending. Super weird how it was discovered. I appreciate it getting discovered, but very weird. We need a left guard. I'll move you to left guard. Like, there's some glitches and techs that you discover in these games where it's like, okay, it's stupid, but that makes sense. I could see how someone discovers that. But then it's like, how the fuck did... Like, my guess would be someone forgot they enabled/disabled auto spending. And because they forgot they did that, they then went into the week and it didn't spend their tokens. And they were like, oh, wait, I could do that. So to do the tech, you have to turn this off, which, as you guys know, I always keep auto progression off, normally. We will advance to the week. Ooh, getting some dev bumps. Now, I believe I turned the setting back on. Yeah, this is dumb. Okay, turn this back on. Now we advance. Imagine if EA patched this shit between, like, the 3 hours. Okay, turn this off. Oh my god, it works. It fucking works. That's funny. I gotta cut some dudes real quick. It fucking works, man. Oh, I'm so happy this works. I mean, obviously, it's gonna be a problem because in any gameplay league, people are gonna do this shit. Which, to be fair, I already have a rule in mind that you can't abuse this with the player, but the main reason why EA patched this was not because people like me hoard tokens. It was because they couldn't fix the skill cap glitch to reset your skill caps. So in order to fix the skill cap glitch without actually fixing the glitch, they forced it to where you have to spend your tokens. But now that you can do this, you can... There's a workaround for forcing you to spend your tokens. So now the skill cap glitch is alive, which means... Carver, I know you and William are going to love this, but assuming EA doesn't patch this exploit, that means I could do the kicker and punter rebuild again. Where I win a national championship with only kickers and punters on my team. Because I could just endlessly move my kickers and punters around now. And break their skill caps an infinite number of times. As long as they have tokens, so. Again, I think EA is going to patch this. My prediction is how they'll patch it is the moment you turn the setting on, it's just going to instantly spend your tokens. So, for the time being, yeah. But yeah, we got John Pears this year. Next year, we're going to have Tony. Which means he'll be a June... No. One of these quarterbacks got to go. Which is going to probably have to be you. I wonder if I'm cutting them without spending their tokens. I wonder when they put this player on the army team, if he'll have his tokens spent, or if he's just going to have, like, broken skill tokens for the rest of the time he's in the league. We'll see. Oh, we got so many receivers. Gotta cut 3 dudes off this roster. Where are we gonna get 3 players at? Ooh. See, like, example, now that I don't have to spend Troy's tokens, he would be a good cut candidate because he's going to develop to be draft eligible, but he's not going to be good enough to beat the starters. I would cut him. But now that I don't have to, you know, spend his tokens, he can just chill here as an 86. Which is kind of funny. You're an impact dev D tackle. We can just go ahead and cut you. I'm kind of well past the point of impact devs. Have any impact dev corners? Oh, we have one. Need one more cut. I should go to a running back because the Hawaii playbook does utilize the starting running back very well, but the Hawaii playbook doesn't really utilize the backup hardly at all. So with the Hawaii playbook, you don't really need more than just one running back's all you really need, which I guess if I'm following my own logic here, I can cut him. He's a senior. He can't come back, and he's clearly not going to beat the starter, so yeah. Actually, Carver, I didn't ever play with auto progression leagues, so I wouldn't know that little tidbit. But now that makes sense why they tried it for this year, because they had the information they had last year. Okay, so it wasn't just, hey, why would this random person do that? Now it's like, okay, that makes sense because they were probably doing the glitch to get around the system last year, this year. And then they discovered, oh, wait, this works on the regular thing too. Oh, God. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the skill cap glitch has been in the game for several years, and they have yet to fix it. So maybe there's a possibility that this stays in the game forever, so. You bet your ass if they don't patch this shit, I'm doing this every year for the rest of my life in this game. Not being forced to spend my tokens is going to be a godsend. It's going to save me so much time when upgrading my, or when going through my seasons. Because now all I have to do is upgrade the starters, and then if their backups, like example, receivers have backups come in, and corners have backups come in, I'll upgrade those. But like my backup lineman, there's no reason to ever upgrade my backup lineman. I have injuries off, so my starter will never leave the field. So the example, now I won't have to upgrade the backups. Thankfully. For the linemen, for O-line, D-line, the backups do come in, so I'll upgrade them. Tight ends, there's really no point upgrading your third tight end because very few playbooks actually have 3 tight end sets. So I'll just do the starting 2 tight ends for that one. For running backs, I'll do the first 2 running backs, and that'll be it. Very few formations, if any, actually use 3 running backs. So the amount of time I'm about to be saving by just upgrading the dudes who actually need to be upgraded and everyone else could just piss off, it's going to be so nice. Well, Carver, the more you know. Ooh, pretty promising 5-star class so far. Okay, they haven't fixed that bug yet, which is annoying, where your red gems become green and your green gems become red. That's fun. I'm just going to go ahead and scout the entire class and then go back and see if the game's bugged. Because you really can't tell with the initial sweep if they're a bust, because you got to go back and forth over the player several times. Oh, 99 speed corner. I'll take that, man. Wow, that's an 84 strength D tackle. I've never seen a 5-star D tackle be that weak and still be a gem. Holy shit. That fella is weak, man. Chat, do you guys think the Hawaii playbook will put up more numbers this year or less numbers this year now that I'm no longer using a pocket passing QB? Because I'm kind of afraid that with the dual threat QB, we're going to have a dramatic drop off in stats. Like with the Boise book. If my QB throws for like 4,000 yards as a dual threat, but then 7,000 yards with a pocket passer, then you already can see there's a big problem there. I'm hoping it's not that big of a difference. Like, hopefully the dual threat will pass for like maybe 5,500 to like 6,000 yards, and the pocket passer will pass for like high 6, low 7, stuff like that. 9 likes on the VOD. Appreciate y'all. Ooh, I forgot. I got cucked on my kickers last year. I love this game, man. There's only 5 kickers I can scout, and there's only 3 punters. Let's go! Unironically, the most difficult thing in the game to actually get is a kicker and punter, because there's just none that exist. Back in my day, there was like fucking 40. And now there's like 0. But Beastly, there's only 3-star kickers and punters. Go recruit the 2-stars now. The 2-stars, overwhelming majority of them are normal dev. And if you do find one that is a gem, they're normally impact dev at best. If you want a non-impact dev kicker, this is the only way of doing it, is to find a 3-star. Because EA will never make a 4 or 5-star kicker. So the best you got's 3 stars for gems. Even then, this guy still could be impact dev, but the benefit that he'll have versus the 2-star is his base stats, 1, will be a lot higher, and 2, his skill caps will be better. So there's virtually never a reason to grab 2-stars unless you physically have to. And I'm not doing it, so. Fuck them. That's why. Kicker done. We're missing halfbacks, but we also don't have the athletes done yet. So let's go ahead and scout our athletes. 4-star athletes. If I had to pick one singular thing to scout, 4-star athletes are my favorite. Because if you hit on an athlete, it's pretty much, they can go anywhere. Right now we haven't hit on one yet, but... And there's a bad one. That's not what we want. Can I have a good player, please? He's also bad. I knew it before I clicked the button. He has 82 speed. He's bad. Come on, game, please. Give me one. Fuck you. Okay, easy example with Diego Mond over here. Must be the son of, is it Kellen Mond? Is that his name? The former A&M QB that was super mid his entire career. Went to the Vikings. Was a backup for like a year or 2 and then got cut. But basically, as you guys can see with Diego Mond here, he's an athlete O-lineman, but because he's a 4-star, the rest of his stats are kind of clean. So I can make him play anywhere on the O-line. I can make him play anywhere at tight end. I can make him play fullback. I can make him play on defense, anywhere on the D-line. And depending on how fast he is and his agility, which, to be fair, his agility kind of sucks, so I wouldn't recommend this. But you also can move these guys to linebacker. Wouldn't recommend safety or corner, just because they're too slow for that. But if you can find an athletic lineman, whether it's an O lineman or D lineman that has high enough speed, you can make them a linebacker and have, like, I've seen like 6'8" dudes who weigh like 330 pounds with like 98 speed, 90 change of direction, 90 COD, and just be demons. So 4-star athletes, if you get good ones, which looks like our class this year was kind of mid, but if you can get the good 4-star athletes, these guys can almost practically play anywhere on the field. Obviously not my batch. My batch was filled with probably the most putrid 4-star athletes I've ever seen, but athlete contested guys. He's good enough. I could probably take a chance on him. 93 speed, 6'2", but just in case, I don't really want to grab me some normal devs. He's also pretty good. But yeah, contested specialist can move to play corner, safety, linebacker, pretty much anywhere on the defense but D-line. And then on offense, they can move to running back, receiver, tight end, hell, even quarterback, which is funny enough, but if you get a good enough contested specialist, you can make them a pure runner. And if they have a good enough dev trait, you can upgrade their throwing stats. So you can make them do some really funny stuff. Because they're athletes. They're meant to do funny stuff. That's like the whole point. Especially in this year's game. In this year's game, athletes, along with everybody else, right? It's not just exclusively to athletes, but with the dramatic change to like the stat ranges, there's some absolute freaks you can find in this game. Like, I saw screenshots on Twitter, which, mind you, this is not, like, the best method to, like, finding stuff, but I've seen some screenshots on Twitter of athlete running backs with, like, 90 blocking stats. And I'm like, holy shit. Dude's a 70 overall running back, but the moment you swap him to fullback, he's, like, an 88. It's, like, insane. And I'm sure you could find other stuff, like, example, you could probably find some athlete receivers with, like, 90 zoner, man. Just some lucrative, insane stuff. Only problem is, like last year, this year, when you're recruiting the athlete, all you see is the stats that the game thinks you should see. So, like, example with Diego Mond, because the game technically considers him, I know he's an athlete, but the game considers him a guard, a center/guard, that it'll show you the center/guard stats. When in reality, this dude could have like fucking 85 zone, 80 man, and like 90 hit power, and I have no idea until I recruit the guy and then go check the rest of his stats. So, athletes are insane. And if you get a good 4- or 5-star athlete, it's very dangerous. But of course, we're not going to have those, because why else would the game give me the thing I'm talking about while I'm talking about it? Whereas the game will just rather fuck me and give me nothing and just laugh at me. So, there you go. Jace, how you doing? How you doing? Just tuning in. How's the Hawaii playbook going? We haven't actually got there yet. I was doing the new method, the new strat to not spending your tokens to avoid the game making you upgrade your players. Our Lord and Savior himself, Poodle. Him and his peoples. I don't actually remember who discovered this, but basically, our Lord and Savior Poodle made a VOD where you can skip the auto upgrading week to where you can upgrade your players the way you used to, which is how you want. Now you can do that, so your backups don't have to get upgraded, which means they'll stay a low overall on purpose, which means you don't have to owe them anywhere near the NIL that you used to. And also, you know, I can now have guaranteed seniors, meaning I could buy my senior perk, which now will always activate because I can make them wait till their senior season. And it's basically like how it used to be last year. Which is funny that we have to glitch the game. We have to glitch the game to make it what it was last year, which is just the most depressing thing I've ever said, but as you can see, we're in week 0, and I haven't upgraded my players yet. Right here. So yeah, it works. James, so if they don't patch this, it is not allowed in online leagues, correct? In our league? Probably not. Probably not. But because the thing about it is I'm doing it to speed up my life in this rebuild. That way I don't have to manually upgrade every player on my team. But as a result, I will also be technically cheesing the money, right? Obviously a lower overall player, meaning I owe them less money. So for the online league, it'll probably be too exploitive to do that, considering the whole game is built around money. But for like my personal rebuilds, I'll probably do it just as that way I'm not spending an hour and a half of my life doing the off season every year. But for the actual like league we'll do, no, I'll probably have to outlaw this. Just because it would change too much of the game for other people. But again, prior to doing this glitch, right, I have 2,000 staff points remaining, and I have everything fully upgraded. So even before doing the glitch, I was fine with my money. And if I go into my recruiting board, I have $5,000 of NIL. So even before doing the glitch, I still had plenty of money. So, oh, Beastly, you're only doing now. It literally, I don't care about the money. The money is not. I just care about saving time and not having to fucking manually upgrade my entire team. And now I don't have to. So, example, I'm gonna go into my QBs. I'm gonna upgrade John Pears, and that'll be it. I don't have to upgrade nobody else. Why? Because no other QB will play for me this year. It's that simple. I have injuries turned off, so my backups QBs literally do nothing. Oh, basically, that's just one spot, man. That it'll add up. Also, I'm gonna technically cheat for this player. Last year, I used a pocket passing QB to test the Hawaii playbook. And this year, I didn't upgrade my player properly. As you guys can see, he has 81 speed. So he has the exact same speed the pocket passer had last year. So to make him feel a little better, I'm going to make him like 88 speed, 88 acceleration. I'll make him just a smidge faster. So then we'll have an actual gauge of like what this playbook does with an average speed QB. And then next year, as you guys can see, we have a 99 speed, 99 acceleration player. So next year, we'll have a really fast player to test the playbook. This year, we'll have an average speed player to test the playbook. Well, Beastly, how can you tell this is the average speed? As you can see for Alfred running, 89 speed. This guy's 89 speed. I can't read. I just looked at the acceleration. Whoops. This dude, Alfonso running, great name. 90 speed. This guy, 88 speed. This guy, 90 speed. This guy, 88 speed. He's a pocket passer. We're not going to talk about his speed. So I'm just upping this dude's speed to what everybody else's would be. So it's the average speed. However, if I did know about this glitch to save my tokens a season or two ago, I would have just saved my tokens and then upgraded his speed. So because he's not staying till his senior year, I kind of have to do this. So there you go. But yeah, we're technically cheating. I made him slightly faster in the speed, but everything else, his throwing stats, his IQ, everything else is stock. So now the rest of these guys can just see here because they're nowhere close to token cap, which is pretty cool. And they're not going to see the field. So next. Jace, how do you do that? I would advise. I will give you the verbal way of doing it, but I would advise you to just go watch the video. That way you don't mess it up. But basically, it's really simple to do this glitch. When you have the week of the... Actually, you got to do it the week before. I think the week before you get to training... Whoops, wrong thing. But the week you have before the training week, you turn off auto progression, which, to be fair, most of you guys who watch me probably have this off naturally, so you're not actually doing anything for that. Then you get to the actual week of the training, you turn it on, which I know sounds weird, but basically, whenever you touch this setting, it pauses the game from spending tokens that week. So then you turn auto progress players on the week that you do have the training. Then you advance to the cutting week and the conference realignment week. And then for that week, we just turn it back off, and then you're done. So it goes off, then on, then off. And if you do that, the game will not spend your tokens until it gets patched. And if it doesn't get patched, there you go. So he is 75 carrying. He might see the field this year. And if that's the case, I'm kind of scared he's going to fumble. So I'll upgrade him a little bit to make him an 85, but... Do I have anybody with better base carrying as a backup? Yes, Fat Boy. That is the new sauce. Oh, he's a much better guy. He should be my backup right here. He has 86 carrying, yeah. You are the designated backup, Sam Nua. You need to be perfect. Okay, so I have the starter, I have the backup, I have a backup of a backup. I'm not touching these two because there's no point. Next. Now, unfortunately, because of the offense that we're in, Hawaii does utilize all 4 of its pass catchers, 3 being receivers, 1 being a tight end. So even though I don't have to spend tokens anymore, I still kind of have to because, well, this offense is very good at giving to your receiver, so I kind of have to always keep 3 deep on my roster. So I'll upgrade my three best. Which does mean we got to kind of start importing more receivers and outporting than exporting, but we've been a very run-heavy offense for several seasons, so I kind of have a backload of running backs, whereas now we're going to have to become a pass-heavy offense to fit the playbooks, which we'll get there. Let's just go ahead and max the IQ. Realistically, I could have stopped at like a 90, but we are kind of on a winning streak. As you guys can see from the title of the stream, we're at a 96-game winning streak, so I do need to make sure that the best of the best are on my field if they can be on the field, but everyone else, no. Example, this cat's probably going to be hard gate kept at like a 90. Just because I have a 96 and a 92, so he doesn't need to be anything else. Just a very solid number 3 receiver. Nice. Now we're done. Back in my day, this was the only way you could play the game. So here's the starting 1, 2, 3 receivers. I'm going to go ahead and upgrade 4 and 5 here just because there's a chance they actually get some reps. I hope they don't, but the odds aren't 0, so I will then probably get them to like an 85 and then just stop. Like that. Now we're done. See, chat, see how much quicker this is? When I don't have to go in and like do all this bullshit for every single fucking... it's so much faster. I guess I'll probably max upgrade your carry. Yeah, your hands / carrying / catching because you'll be the designated kick returner for a couple years, so. I should have had a stopwatch. That's what I should have done. I should have whipped out a fucking stopwatch and seen how much quicker it is doing it now versus before. Next season, next advance, I'll actually calc it with a timer Because I know it's going to be much faster. Okay, so I have my designated kick returner for the next several years, who's my number 5 receiver. And just like that, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are now done. So in years past, I would have upgraded this guy, and that's it. But next year, we got all these guys. So we got a lot of dudes coming down the pipe. But 12 likes on the VOD. Appreciate y'all. Tight ends. Unfortunately, we have to do everybody. 1, I only have 3 of them, so there's that. But when I do get more of them, it'll just be the top 3. I'm really hoping EA doesn't patch this, man. I'm really hoping they don't patch this. Because this is the easiest layup they could have. Like, when I say a layup, this is an absolute layup. Just keep this shit in the game, and people will be happy. Well, actually, Beastly, I'm a sim player, and I'm not going to be happy. Well, fuck you. Everyone else will be happy. But like I said, they might not be able to fix this, so this might fall in the same category as, like, the skill cap glitch. I just can't fix it. Hell yeah. Let's go do my line. Hey, Funk, I appreciate that. Thank you for the 2-bomb, man. Who loves ya? You guys do, in fact, love me. I appreciate y'all. Means an absolute ton to you, boy, who's been very busy with IRL shit these last couple days. What did I talk about? I should have talked about. Brad might be a sim player, but doesn't forget you'll always be a casual from now on. True. EA do call me casual. Do I want him to be a 99 or well-balanced? Probably well-balanced. If I exclusively did run blocking, he probably gets to a 99, but oh well. And these guys will never see the... I mean, he has no tokens, but imagine he does. Not touching you. Next! I feel like we've been upgrading players for like 10 minutes and our offense is almost done. It's so fast now. Nope, nope. Technically, I don't even have to upgrade this dude. I could just keep him at 89, but I would actually like a good center, so we'll spend your tokens. A 97 overall center, and we're missing blocks. Oh, I should have upgraded that shit. I forgot that I don't have to force upgrade my stuff no more, so I could have just let that go. Damn it. Misinput. Misinput. Hey, Funk finally put my pins on my Zelda pack. Zelda backpack. Jesus Christ, I am dyslexic. Good lord. Zelda pins. Is Zelda the princess, or is Zelda the guy with the sword? After correctly triggering every single Zelda fan. That's actually cool, Funk. If you guys don't know, Zelda is not the name of the character you play in that game. It's Link. The amount of people that don't know that is astounding. Dude, the bleach Pikachu is kind of absolutely gas. I don't know, Venom Gengar just kind of gas too. I'm a huge fan of Venom, so Venom Gengar is cool. Nope. Oh, I can keep this guy at 86 now. I don't gotta worry about him leaving. This guy's 90 tokens and infinite caps. I saw that. It's a fire pick. Chat, have you guys seen the cyber leak going on right now with GTA 6? My boy Miko was updating me last night, and like, he's gonna release the full game just to fucking piss off Rockstar. And I'm like, that's diabolical, bro. That's insane. Nope. Nope. Oh, we can do D-line now? Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so fucking happy. I don't really see why we wouldn't just go max speed. Yeah. $13 likes. Appreciate y'all. Yep, not touching you. Actually, just because of the small chance, and I do mean a very small chance, we do go out into goal line. Good English, by the way. I want to upgrade my third string guys, just in case. That's good. Okay, we have a 3 D linemen deep here. The 4th guy can just get fucked. But just in case we go to goal line, we have some extra dudes. The Hufflepuff Badger. See, I was going to make a comment on that Badger, Funk, but I can't quite tell if that's like a Urshifu wrapped around in like the Hufflepuff shit, or if that was like a different reference. I was like, I really can't tell what that is, but very good. Ooh, I guess we go double power. No, that was a waste. I guess I should have done all power moves. He really didn't get that much better. That sucks. I'll do you. Also, chat, I'm getting ready for my big personal family fantasy football draft coming up. And this year, we raised the pot a little bit. So the prize pool is a wee bit larger than it used to be. Just a wee bit. And he's a backup. He can just get the speed. And I really don't know who I want to pursue in fantasy this year. Unfortunately, we don't do draft style. We don't do that. We do the money, where you gotta like buy players. Okay, 1, 2, 3, we're good. We can skip you. D tackles, it's very common to have, if not 4 of them on the field, at least 3. So we'll do 3 up here. I feel like Jahmyr Gibbs is gonna go for over $100. I feel like Jahmyr Gibbs and what's his name are gonna be too expensive. Bijan. If you're curious, we do the money one where you like buy your players to prevent any bias like by the commissioners and whatnot to. Oh, you gave yourself the first overall pick, shit like that. So you can technically have anyone you want, any order you want. You just gotta pay for it. Yeah, I'll probably upgrade these 3 freshmen, have this guy get redshirted. Yeah, I feel like Bijan is gonna be hella expensive. Same thing with Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm almost tempted just to ignore them just because of how expensive I know they're going to be. But they're also like, I don't know, the 2 best running backs in the league. Jay's trying to figure out who I should start my next dynasty. Well, obviously every person is their own person, so to each their own, but I would highly advise you to just throw all the teams in the game on a giant roulette wheel like I do, and spin that thing, and then whatever it lands on, that's your team for the next rebuild, and make sure to remove them off said wheel. That way you can't get dupes. That's kind of how I've gotten around the problem, is just have you guys figure out who I'm rebuilding next. That way I don't actually have to choose. You guys make the decision entirely for me, so I appreciate that. I'll upgrade into an 87 and stop. Yeah. Okay, so we have D-Tackle 1. We have D-Tackle 2 and D-Tackle 3. These 2 guys will probably never see the field, so I am not upgrading them. Next, we can go on to our Sams. Yours is probably... I'll do that. That's not bad. Can max out your IQ. And now we stop in chat. We stop in. Why? Because we don't need him any higher of an overall. He can just chill. Sam Poodle actually put out a video, informative video today, showed how to carry over points next year, like last year. Yes, we're currently doing that, Sam. But yeah, I agree with you. He redeemed himself. I guess we'll save for speed, but he redeemed himself for the little time being that of the guy that just omits garbage. That's not really that important, but say important. That's not really the right word I should use. Just not as in-depth as they should be. These 2 guys will never be on the field, so skipping that. Which, I mean, to be fair, Sam, from what, what's the name? Carver, what Carver said earlier is that this is in the game last year, too, so. What probably happened is someone tried it this year and discovered it works both ways. But regardless of how the tech was discovered, I'm happy it got discovered because now I don't have to worry about my players leaving early anymore. I can dictate when they go. So, I love that. Yes, Jace. Don't worry, Marquise. I'll do it again this next season, but it's you got to go into the training week with it turned off. Then of the week, turn it on, and then the next week, turn it back off. Just go off, on, and it should work. No worries, man. We rewind. Actually, if you want to go back and rewind it, like probably 35 minutes ago, give or take, you could see me do it live. But I like just did it. And I'm hoping EA can't patch it. That's the hope, but we'll see. EA in their infinite wisdom could just annihilate this from the game. You know, the thing nobody asked for, that nobody wanted, that you did. It was a glitch to, like, work around it. Nice. And they go in and just say no. Chat, this might be the first year I've had 299 overall corners on my team. Holy shit. CB3, you play in my slot, so I need you to be at least an 85. Okay, he's done. He also needs to be at 85. And he's done. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do one more corner. We'll do this guy. 5 DBs is kind of unnecessary with my book, but actually I won't be able to do you because you're so bad for Agi. Okay, the dog in my living room is going bananas. One moment. Just like that, we are back, chat. No more dog barking, hopefully. until the dog wants to come back in, and it's gonna bark for that too. But peace and serenity. Yeah, he's kind of. I think he was a linebacker. I moved to play corner, so his agi was a bit low. So I had to fix that, unfortunately. But the other corner, who I think's an actual corner. Ooh, your ass, but we'll get him up to a 85 and vibe out. I'll do an 80. An 80 should be good enough. He's my 5th string corner. He doesn't need to be, you know, a world beater over here. Chad, did you guys see that the GOAT Dolly Parton passed away today? I opened my my phone and I was like, damn, she passed at 80. Now, I'm not going to act like I'm the biggest country fan in the world or I'm the biggest, you know, Dolly Parton fan. I'm not, but I just know I've seen a lot of her in my life living in Georgia, and it's kind of like Betty White. When Betty White passed, I was like, wow, she can actually die. I thought she was immortal. We'll get this guy up to an 85 and be fine. You know what's crazy? I just realized this. Watch me end up losing my undefeated streak. Because my backups are now worse than they used to be. Because I'm not fully upgrading my players like I used to. I'm hoping we still win out, but it's been so long since I've been required to do this. I kind of forgot like the overall I like my backups to be. I think my backups used to be an 88. I think an 87, 88, but I think this year because of money and whatnot, I think that the strat might be like an 85 to save the most money you can on NIL, but we'll see. Literally day one of a glitch, so one does not simply know the tech until the tech has been known for more than one day. Quoted by the great Sun Tzu, who was just ahead of his own time. Okay, we're done. So even if you include the 3-minute window I left to go release my sister's dog, upgrading my entire team took 20 minutes. To do the entire starting lineup, it took 20 minutes. Nice. Okay, we'll quickly go and do a double take. John Paris is ready. Got my 3 running backs, which you don't really need for this playbook. You need 2, but I got 3. I'm 5 wide receivers deep. Okay, we're good there. Tight ends are good. O-line, we need starters for them. That's it. They're good. D-line, I'm 3 deep at D-line, just in case we go out in the goal line. Linebackers, got the starter and backup, starter, backup, starter, backup. For corners, I have 2 really good ones, 2 decent ones, and a 5th that's just kind of there for the vibes. Safeties, 1 really good one, 1 above average backup, 1 go on. We're done. Yeah, if you include my sister's dog moment, shit took 20 minutes. Chat, we're so back. Chat, we're so fucking back. Now, unfortunately, my line's gonna get bricked because my right tackle did end up becoming a lot better than my left. Which is just unfortunate, but that's how it goes. We can now fix that, though, pretty quickly. Need a good left guard. The backups don't quite matter. I guess, technically, I guess the backups could come in on goal line, but I doubt we will do that. Do I not own a backup left guard? They're all freshmen. Okay, well. Okay, take that from the top. My left tackle, backup left tackle, good. Guard, good. Right guard, good. Right tackle, good. My left edges are bricked. Not too shocked. Left edges are good. Right edges are also bricked. Again, insert joke about EA not knowing the difference from their lefts and their rights. D-tackle's good. Sam is... Where's my backup, Sam? They're good. Mics are good. Where's my backup, Will? There he is. Linebackers are good. Corner's good. Safety's good. Kicker, punter. Kick returner, we want the... Yep. That's your entire job, big guy, is to be the kick returner. Eventually, his probably junior/senior year will upgrade his elusiveness and stuff like that, but for the time being, he's the best we got, and I'll throw you there as well. We'll do Ezekiel Mond and David Gizzy as the two back there. Mond and Gizzy. There you go. Kickoff specialist, got those kick power. You're good. Long snapper, don't care. Third down back needs to be Gizzy. Power back needs to be Gizzy. Have the same back all year. Slot receiver is also very important. I believe the slot receiver last year had both had the best overall stats. So we want the best receiver to be in the slot for Hawaii, which for us is Moses Rhodes over here. 96 overall. Rush left end is actually not... I've noticed with no longer having having to upgrade my backups, the depth chart is still bricked in sections, but the depth chart is not as bricked as it used to be, which is cool. So, hell yeah. Left edge. Left edge. Right edge. Right edge. Right edge. Oh, you're not a right. You're a left. Right edge. D tackles. You guys aren't D tackles. Why are we not D tackles, EA? Okay, 98, 87, 86. Linebackers, these should be good. Yeah, they should be good. Slot corner, you are out your mind. You think my slot corner is going to be my number one? No, we need Greg Tam and Jermaine Payne. Tam and Payne. Tam and... Yep, Tam and Payne. Good. Nose tackle. Excuse me. There you go. Gadget. We're done. So to do the entire upgrading system and to fix my depth chart took me 25 minutes. This last year, or last season, pre-glitch, would have took me damn near an hour. Big upgrades. I believe I have my staff, but let me go check. We do. Next. Hell yeah, Jace. Those are always the best. When you get those really, really lucky spins. Time to give these 5 stars each a super max. Man, what I mean, I don't want to get like negative, but there's a chance, there's a possibility that our numbers are somehow better with a dual threat and a pocket passer, which I don't think is going to happen, but technically the odds aren't 0. So we shall see. The odds aren't 0. This D-tackle's mad because you want playing time? You're a bitch, bro. Get the fuck off my board. Basically, why are you giving that punter so much? Because if you don't, you lose all of them, so. Got 500 hours to keep scouting. Love that. Let's go, man. Ja Ebron, dude. Lamar Venable, did Brent Venable do some interesting stuff post career? What is that last name? You know what? Honestly, just because we're wrecking in so much in the hours, let's just give everybody a max. Including the punter. We're gonna give him the max too. Okay, what does this team really need? Apparently D-tackles. Which I don't really think we need that many D-tackles. We already have, like, several deep, but we can check. Not like I don't have 240 hours. Ooh. Give him a super max, baby. Oh, man. See, chat, this is the exact reason why I can't in good faith ever tell anyone to recruit defensive ends. This dude isn't an athlete edge rusher. He's just a fucking 300-pound D-tackle with 88 speed. Oh my goodness. From Cali, by the way. My best pipeline. Great googly moogly, man. Holy shit. There is just no point ever touching a D-end. There's just no point. D-ends cost more. They're a lower base overall, and the D-tackles are just better. Fucking insane. World at War G. Hey Beast, when you recruit, do you scout one position each week? I scout based off whatever my team doesn't have. So I'm lacking D tackles, so I'm scouting D tackles. But generally, the order of operations I go about is scout all the 5 stars first because they're the most important. Look for the 5-star gems like these. I don't really care what they play. I look for 5-star gems. Even if I don't need them, they're 5-star gems. Just get them. Then 4 stars and below is pretty much what I need. But my roster is kind of complete already, so there's not an overwhelming need. Aww. USC, you guys think you can fuck with me? You guys think you can steal Quincy Rudder from me? You think you can steal my fucking GOAT from me? The greatest 4-star D-tackle I've ever seen with my own 2 eyeballs? You guys are cute. I have an end. I don't. In like one more week, I'll have pairs. But USC, you guys are fucking adorable. If you think you can stop me. Let's go scout the rest. He's 85 speed too. Wow. Oh my, dude, D tackles are the move. To be fair, this is not new information. I'm acting as if I just discovered this revelation. No, I've been knowing this, but I haven't released my D tackle video yet. That's probably months down the road. But again, if you watch the streams, you guys get the earliest news compared to everybody else. The fact that's my first gem, red gem I've scouted is kind of insane. This D-tackle class is legendary. So what do we need now? Apparently we need some middle linebackers. Okay. I don't agree, but sure. I think I've already scouted the athletes, so I'll double check though. I have. All of you suck. Okay, chat. First week with the Hawaii playbook. With a dual threat QB. Is it better? Is it worse? Is it the same? Man, wouldn't that be a thing, chat, if Hawaii ends up being, like, so overpowered this year that it doesn't matter what playbook you use? Just slap the playbook with good players and just shit out stats? I really don't think these guys matter, but in future years, we might want to have to go 4 receivers deep just because this playbook. Most playbooks aren't Hawaii, but for this playbook, they kind of pass the ball so much that you might actually need 4 receivers for this playbook. I'm just scared, chat. I'm scared to sim because my backups are a lot worse than they used to be. By choice. I don't want to, like, break the streak because I'm not upgrading my backups. Let's play South Carolina. The tackles are OP. Yes, sir. Also, they're massive, too. Like, 300-pounders shouldn't be that fast. Ooh. Oh, that's... Chat, my QB might have just broke a record this game. My QB might have just cooked. My QB might have just cooked. My QB might have just cooked. You don't say. The guy that caught 5 touchdowns broke a record. You don't say. Oh, wow. We actually didn't score as much as I thought. I was assuming it would be like a 70-point blowout. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh my god, this playbook is so good. Oh, this playbook is so good. This playbook is so good. Oh my god, this playbook is filthy. ODX, I'm going to start my first pure simming franchise with you and LV tonight. I did a kind of trial run and realized I made a big mistake and spent too much recruiting and didn't have enough to hire OC. Hey, glad to get you on the simming train, ODX. I appreciate that. As a guy who's an expert at simming, glad to have more of you join the fam. But good luck, man. Yeah, my best tip for all that, and I'm just combination of lazy and just not having that much free time, but I need to release a video of like a budget, like how to properly maintain your budget, because I feel like 90% of rebuilds in this game end up going off the rails because budgeting early on is not done very well. I think if you stick to a proper budget early on, then later on you'll be fine. But example, coordinators, I wouldn't even try to go after a coordinator until you're at least a 4-star program. They're just not worth it. Coordinators require way too much work for how little they impact you going up the totem pole. Now, once when you're up there, they do matter, but getting up there, they're kind of pointless. Damn, bro. My QB has 88 speed, and he still didn't scramble that much. Interesting. Interesting. So my number 1 receiver had 5 touchdowns. My number 2 receiver had all the yards. Wow. We allowed 0 sacks. What'd the defense do? All right. 3 sacks from 1 sack for the other. Not bad. Ooh, 2 picks. Oh, my legs. Got bit by a mosquito on my fucking foot. Now it's itching like crazy. So yeah, I like the touchdowns we scored, but don't really like the total points we scored. I figured we'd beat that team by much more than 40, but we'll see. ODX didn't even have enough to hire the cheap ones, only the free ones. Yeah, I would do the free ones until you're a 4-star. And then in terms of what do you spend on players, if I were you, I wouldn't purchase a single 4 or 5-star until you're a 4-star team. The method is to basically just churn through 3 stars until you're a 4-star. When you're a garbage program, go after the free 3 stars. And then once when you're a decent program, go after the expensive 3 stars. I have noticed a direct correlation in this game between expensive 3 stars and having good dev traits, so. Early on, get free 3 stars that cost nothing, and then sprinkle in the expensive 3 stars, and by the time you're a 4-star program, you can go after 4 stars and go up from there. Yeah, fat boy, you don't want that. The coordinators are just, they're kind of, again, they're kind of pointless when you're building your program. Now, once when your program's been built, it's a whole different story, because you need those perks to, you know, compete with Ohio States and, you know, Georgias and shit like that, but when you're not prepared for it, you shouldn't be competing with nobody. And if you're curious, yes, the difference between a 3-star program and a 4-star program in this game is massive. The gap between a 2-star and a 3-star is not that big. The gap between a 1-star and a 3-star is not that big. But the gap between a 3 and a 4 is insane. You will notice the most... Like, if I were to put these points on, like, a graph... Actually, let me just do that real quick. Where's my good old handy-dandy Microsoft Paint? Good old painting time with Beastly Gaming. So, this is kind of what you would assume the progression would look like. My wonderful drawing. Just slowly over time, you would go up, right? So here would be you. It would be a 0-star school. In my left hand to draw this. Oh. Very, very expertise drawing, you guys. All with my left hand. But yeah, this is what you would assume the line would look like, right? As you slowly go up the graph, you would be a better and better team. That's kind of not how this works. How do I refresh this? So I could just do this. Yeah, that's not what it looks like. This is kind of what it looks like. That's kind of a more accurate representation of how the game is. When you're a nothing school, it doesn't really matter because you don't have the money or the hours to do anything. Like, again, it's been like probably 10 or so episodes, 10, 15 episodes since I've like done the beginning of this Nevada rebuild. But if you go back and watch, I think the first or second Nevada stream we did, I think it was by season 2 or season 3. I forget which season exactly, but there was a season where I had like 11 or 1200 NIL, but I only had like 400 hours to work with. Like, I had significantly more money than I had hours. And vice versa. I'm sure you can do rebuilds, like example, the one I'm doing with Rice in the Content Creator League. I spawned in with $1,500, but I only have 200 or 3, whatever the hours is. I have very little hours to work with. So like, the problem when you're early on in your rebuild is not always money. Most of the time it's hours. So once when you start getting things, the hours and the money and the perks, everything kind of gets to a melting point where just, as you guys can see, we've not lost a game in 7 years. So my school's a 5-star program. Okay, well, if you're a 5-star program and you're broke, you're spending your money too much on your players, because I have 2 coordinators that are costing me 4,000 NIL or 4,000 staff points, and as you can see in the top right corner, I still have 2,000 to burn. I have every one of my facilities maxed out, and I have maxed out coordinators, and I still have 2,000 just to piss off. You're just spending too much on your players. And then if you go to my NIL, even after I have a full board of players, I still have almost $4,000. So, like I said, budgeting, I think, is a large portion of this game. And I feel like the players who are better at using their resources accordingly will have more success. Until you're, you know, a big program. In fact, Fat Boy, it's kind of impressive that you're broke and a big program, because that's kind of hard to do, right? Because the game gives you so much money that going broke, I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's pretty hard. Like, I have a full 85-man roster, and I've yet to have any season where I have under like 3,000 to 4,000 NIL going into the year. Actually, Fat Boy, I don't even think you're probably spending too much on players. I think you're probably spending too much on your returning players. That's probably what you're doing. On that screen, after you win the natty, or you get to the natty and you can re-sign your roster, I think you're just spending too much money there. Because some of the players on that screen want a good, you know, 600 to 700 NIL just to return, which is not worth it. It's not worth it. Especially QB. QB is super money hungry. Oh my god, UCLA is gonna shark me. Because they cucked my week 3 visit. You bitch. You actual tool. He's mine. Got locked out of you, and that actually blows. I have a D tackle. I have a will. You know, I have so much money. And hours. I legitimately have, like, fuck you money. Which is just insane. Losing that D tackle to Tennessee is kind of irritating me because all I had to do was give him any money whatsoever, and he would have put me into his top 5. But because I gave him the bare minimum, I got outpushed by Tennessee. Ew. Yeah, fat boy, don't spend don't break your budget on those players. Also, the best thing I can recommend for you guys as well is whatever years you are going to be re-signing your coordinators, basically try to... The years you're going to get coordinators, try to go light in the portal and try to go light in recruiting. You got to kind of pick your battles in this game. I mean, Kentucky, we scored 48 again, but... Ooh. My quarterback played like cheeks in this game. Ooh. That's because he had a shitload of carries. That's not good. That's very not good. Well, I mean, we did beat Kentucky by, what, 28 points, but that's Kentucky. Let's not do that versus a good team. Otherwise, we're fucked, so. Oh, I didn't pair him. I'm retarded. Dude, I just fucked myself of so many recruits. I've fucked myself. Again. Happens way more than you think it does. He should be fine. We're probably fucked here. I have to somehow jump a tier 5 with Nebraska, so that's not gonna happen. Yeah, I screwed myself. I didn't get the visit for the week 3 and the week 4 on those 2 prospects. I was off by a singular week, sadly enough. Ouchie. You know what? Just because I'm lazy, that punter is going to keep the 50 hours. USC, you guys are kind of irking me. Let's go ahead and up your money a wee bit. Making me actually sweat over here. It's this or this. And of course, we got no competition for the D-tackle because Tennessee's a bitch and they pulled out. You bitch. He committed. That's nice. Are all these backers ass? They are. Oh. Let's go scout outside linebackers and see if we can find a good one. Very unlucky. Unlucky. There's no way I'm going to scout all these outside linebackers and they're all going to suck too, right? Just need one solid linebacker. That's a lie. I want perfection, but I will settle for A. Thank you. 93 acceleration. Linebacker, go Burr. Not bad. Well, we're not scoring as many points with a dual threat QB. Because he's running. So, a little concerning, but more testing must be done. Oh, shit! Never mind. My QB just threw for 1 billion yards, 90%, 7 touchdowns again. Yeah, chat, I think we found PB1. Whoever that guy, or guys were that told me about the PB1. Yeah, this is not even close. This is actually foul. The gap between this and Mississippi State. Maybe, like, Mississippi State's probably better at winning. I've only used Hawaii for 1 year, so I can't accurately gauge if, like, the win rate is that much different. But in terms of the stats, the stat difference is insane. That shit's insane. And what's nuts is it'd be a different story if, like, well, of course your basically, of course your QB stats going to be insane because all you do is throw the ball. We're getting like 20 rushes attempts per game from the halfback one. Like that's a lot for a passing playbook. If we were getting like 5 or 10 attempts, and like, yeah, sure, but I don't believe I have any pairs. Not left, so let's just throw the guys who don't have a visit on visits. You know what? Let's just give the punter a Supermax. Why not? Oh, no. USC, you dirty dogs. You guys think I wouldn't have noticed you giving a week 5 visit? Little shits. Little shits. You aren't gonna take him from me. Oh no, a week 8 visit. I'm not even... I'm so far ahead of you, Iowa, I'm not even gonna... I lied. I'm not afraid of you, Iowa. I'm buffing the tackle. I'm telling you guys, eventually I'm going to get a good year with this playbook. We're going to have 10,000 stats, like 10,000 yards. That's going to happen. I don't know how to do it, but I'm going to figure out how to min-max this playbook. But this playbook is just insane. This is wild, and I will figure out how to do this better. Which is scary that it can get better, but it can, so. Got 100+ hours to spare. ODX. I'd be one of the ones that mentioned the Hawaii. I had a wide receiver 1, RB1, and QB1 all Heisman ceremony in my first season, which we had as well. On that Dynasty, though, I played about 1/3 of the games in coach mode and didn't lose a single simmed game. That's... Yeah, we had last year ODX. I'm when I say OD, I'm just saying ODM for Attack on Titan, but that's not your name. ODX. We had last season, my running back had 30 touchdowns. Was on the Heisman list. My wide receiver 1 had, I think, 16 or 1,700 yards and like 20 touchdowns. And then my QB won the Heisman with 60 touchdowns, like 6,000 yards on like 88%. It was like the most insane stats I've ever seen. Like literally any of the players could have won the Heisman. I've been like, okay, that makes sense. But luckily the QB got the knocked, which is not normally how that works, but... Which, speaking of Heismans... Holy shit, I have... Yep. Running back, receiver, QB. Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Well, Texas is the first, like, big boy team we're going to play all year, so let's see how the Texas game goes. How do we do with Texas? A lot of hard commits. I'm assuming we won this game. 17 likes. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, we did. Oh my god. Dude, this should be illegal. Oh, this should be actually illegal what we're doing to teams in this game. Oh my god, we beat Texas 52-17. Oh my god. My QB just a measly 84%, 450, 6 tutties, light work. RB1, 16 carries, 100 yards, a touchdown. My QB, 17 carries. Fat boy, your QB had 70 touchdowns? Yes, but at the time of the Heisman, it was, I think, 60 or 55. But yeah, by the end, he had 70. That was just... Because again, last year, the Hawaii playbook was balanced because it was super inconsistent. So, like, some weeks you would just shit all over people, and then some weeks you would be shit all over yourself. And, I think they just removed that. So, now that the playbook doesn't just randomly lose. Also, we're losing Ohio State here. That hurts. That hurts. I don't even need to schedule these visits, but I'm going to anyways, just to speed this shit along. Any guys we can squeak out here at the very end to milk out some more gems? Oh, you're bad. ODX, my wide receiver had 2,800 yards, 36 touchdowns. My 163 receptions. My QB had 6,300 yards, 67 TDs. And my RB racked up. Okay, yeah, so basically, my RB had slightly more yards and almost 10 more touchdowns than yours. My QB had about 600 more yards and about, I think, 3 or 4 more touchdowns than yours. I forget it was like 70 or 71 flat. I think it was 70. But either way, a couple more touchdowns, about 600 more yards. The main discrepancy we had is that your wide receiver 1 had almost 3,000 yards, 36 TDs. Mine had 2,000 yards and like 20 TDs. So I had far more receivers put up. Like, hell, my tight end almost bust 1,000 yards out, which is just not normal. That's a very not normal stat line. 1,000 yards and like 10 touchdowns for a tight end is just insane. Whoops, smack the mic, sorry. Damn, bro, these corners suck. These corners are fucking dookie water, man. Any good safeties that I might have to transition to play corner because my corners just suck and I lost a 5-star. If I didn't lose a fucking 5-star, it would have been fine, but I lost a 5-star because I was an idiot and didn't plan things out properly, and now I get to suffer for my actions because of course I do. Could always snag a couple out the portal, but thank you, EA. Took you fucking long enough. I was like, cough, cough, wink, wink. Someone's gonna be good, right? They are good. Of all the corners and safeties I scouted, there's one guy that can suit the bill. And now we should be done for the class. I got everything else. Let's go beat the crap out of Auburn really quickly. Kill him. Kill him now. Ooh, no pop-ups? That's not good. Dude, we're just killing everybody. Dog. Holy shit. We scored 38 points in the first half. 38 points. Going into halftime, we were beating Auburn 38-14. Oh my god. Hey, my QB threw a pick. He can do that. Wow. My QB can throw a pick. That's crazy. Didn't know that was possible. I gotta remember to not click my Y button auto upgrade my team because I might do that and absolutely cuck myself, but we'll see. 99 D tackle, boys. Good shit. Chat, look at my 99s, by the way. Right tackle, QB, D tackle, corner. Damn. Cooking, man. We are cooking. And I can't upgrade you one overall higher. I have no skill caps, but that one. Ah, man. This corner might be able to sniff a 99. We get that one more zone upgrade, maybe. Give me their head on a stick. I run this conference with an iron belt. Almost an iron boot, but I was like, it's too much work. Well, add that to the new list of glitches in the game. That's not good. Give me the commits, baby. Ooh, a defensive player of the week. Okay. So used to getting offense. Oh my god, my QB. Dude, my QB. I wonder... I'm not doing it on the win streak because I don't want to risk it, but I wonder what numbers you put with Hawaii with like a really good team versus really bad teams and max aggro. I wonder if you could throw for like 10,000 yards. Yeah, Hawaii is just actually built different. Like, people are built, but Hawaii is just built different. Holy shit. Oh, I'll put it this way. I found my PB1 for the online sim league, that's for sure. This is stupid. This is so stupid. But what's nuts is I'm seeing no difference between a pocket passing QB and a dual threat, so that's concerning. Which means, if it doesn't matter what QB you use, that puts it in a very dangerous league. All on its own. All on its own. Which also kind of makes me sad because last year Ohio State was by far the best playbook in the game and it got gutted into oblivion. Same thing with Georgia at various points. I'm hoping EA nerfs the Mississippi State playbook because they watched my video on the playbook, and then we just use Hawaii. Be like zig, then we zag. Up, then we're down. Yep, fuck you. Big Bad Georgia. What does Big Bad Georgia have in store for us? We lost! No! The streak is over! Oh, the streak is over. The streak is over. No. I'm gonna go ahead and assume how. Oh, my defense had 2 picks. That's why we lost. My QB took too many sacks. No, no. The streak came to an end. I kind of high-key saw this coming, not gonna lie. The Kentucky game scared me because we shouldn't be barely beating Kentucky by 20 points. So, like, in my mind, I'm like, we're gonna play someone that's, like, not Kentucky. Oh, God. Let's go whip out the calculator. What was the win streak? It was 96 plus 1, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102. A 103-game win streak came to an end. And it came to an end the exact way I was afraid it would come to an end. And that is my defense. My offense, specifically my QB, got sacked too much. And that's not because my O-line is bad. It's because he scrambled for sacks because the AI does that. My RB1 had 13 carries. My quarterback had 10. Of those 10, I guess it's kind of hard to gauge, but my left tackle apparently gave up 4. It was a close game, though. It was I mean, my defense played great. I know they gave up 40 points, but it's very hard to have multiple possessions. And we just did nothing with them. Have a 3-point loss to Georgia. Who is their playbook now? David Braun. See, that's the thing, is because Hawaii is such a pass-heavy playbook, the 4-2-5 kind of would eat us alive, and we just played a 4-2-5. That sucks, but oh well. Let's see if it happens again. If it happens, it could happen once. Shit happens. Oh well. Move on. If it happens again a second time, and then again a third time, then I can pretty safely wrap it up that it's going to keep happening. It's just funny that we beat Missouri 73-10, and then 2 weeks later we lose to Georgia 38-35. Oh well. It's just one loss. It's totally not going to happen again, right, guys? The playbook giveth, and the playbook taketh. ODX, I attended the University of Houston from 1988 to 1993. We ran the run and shoot, and the biggest issue with our defense was on the field all the time, and eventually they would surrender a bunch of points. I was at the 1990 SMU versus Houston game where it was 96-28. Jesus Christ. Now that's a fucking blowout right there. Holy shit. See, like, this is not gonna like devolve into like an NFL rant, but like the main reason, or say the main reason, but one of several reasons, I guess you could also say the main reason of why I got into college football is because the NFL rules are so goddamn bad, where you basically can't play defense without getting some penalty for something. Whereas college is a lot more forgiving. And I feel like eventually college is going to get infected with that garbage. Third time's a charm, hell yeah. Due to us losing the game he was supposed to be sent out to, we're going to probably have to up the money. Man, I'm so sad we just lost our 103-game win streak. Like, I knew eventually we were going to lose it. Like, it was not going to... Eventually we were going to lose a game, but... Having a 3-point loss to Georgia just sucks. I would have much preferred Georgia beat the fuck out of me and be like, okay, playbook's fine, but inconsistent versus good teams. But losing a nail-biter to Georgia is very not good. But it's our first loss in 2 years, so we will survive. We will survive. Hell, there's also no guarantee that that loss is strictly on my QB for being too much of a scrambler. That loss also could be just because my backups are worse than they used to be. Right, this was the first year I didn't upgrade my backups deliberately because I was saving my tokens to save myself time. But there's a chance that, like, we lost on... Actually, I'm going to go check right now. There's a chance we lost on special teams. Because your backups are the ones on the field for special teams. They had 3 kick returns for 85 yards combined. No punts. And my kicker didn't even get blocked. Normally, your kicker also gets blocked. I don't know. I think the simple answer is typically the correct answer. My QB just ran too much. My QB just ran too much. If QB do the throwing thing, we're fine. QB didn't do the throwing thing. QB did the running thing, which made us lose. Which kind of concerns me that next year I'm going to be using a 99 speed quarterback, so clearly he will be doing the running thing because he's 99 fucking speed, so I'm a wee bit concerned, but science. And cope. But aside from that one shitter that we had versus Georgia, the rest of the year, it's been really good. And our board is done. I was about to say, could you imagine if we actually did lose the UNLV? I don't think I've lost a UNLV in like 20 years. I don't remember the exact last time we played them and we lost to them, but it's been a while. We got 2 years left. We're good. We are good, man. Tennessee, can we redeem ourselves and not let the one loss to Georgia define our year? I can't tell if we've won or lost that because it's no longer giving the XP it's supposed to give, so. Because if you win, the conference is supposed to be like a playoff game, so you should get thousands of XP, not 1,000. Did we win? Broke records, which is cool. We did win. Nice. Was it close, though? Ooh, we almost lost to fucking A&M. Yeah, we almost choked it to A&M. Which is just insane because 361, 4 TDs, no picks. And the game was almost close. Why? This motherfucker missed his field goal. It wasn't even blocked. Yeah, that 3 points would have been pretty nice, but... We had 8 fucking penalties. Jesus Christ. Actually, speaking of penalties, what was the fucking penalties versus Georgia? They had 3 penalties for 30 yards. We had 9 for 65. Okay. Okay. Hey, he does have 20 upgrade tokens. Power. Did nothing. Fuck. A 99 overall player has been achieved. Another one. My center's 13 upgrade tokens. You are a raw strength kind of guy. Let's go power. Fuck. Damn, he's a 96 even after a hands and a route running upgrade? That's insane. Diabolical. Well, I would like to assume our QB still probably won the Heisman. But, okay, there's the rest of my XP I got for winning the fucking conference championship, finally.
And welcome to a very special moment on the annual sports calendar, the Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports. Inside the Tiburon Theater, I'm Chris Fowler. So
1,300 yards, 22 TDs by Moses Rhodes. Not bad.
Each of these guys have hung out together, got to know each other better. But
yards isn't very high, but the TDs are. That's good. My QB, holy dear God, 67 total touchdowns.
As a Heisman Trophy winner.
67? 67.
Just moments away. They've gotten to New York City.
67 total touchdowns. And we haven't played in the playoffs yet.
this is really a nervous time for them. They're this close to the trophy.
My running back is 24. Dude, this is just insane.
Honor, of course, to be a finalist. All these guys have enjoyed their experience.
Again, is it sad that I lost that one game to break my streak? Yes, but I don't know how you have any, like, how any playbook can compete with Hawaii. Holy shit. Good lord. Well, we can confirm now, though, it doesn't matter what QB you use. They will throw for the exact same numbers. The only thing, though, is if you have a fast QB, he'll get sacked, which is a very common problem that many other playbooks have, so I would like to say it's exclusive to this playbook, but it's not. It's kind of the downside of using any veer and shoot or, oh my god, veer and shoot, or pretty much every non-pro style offense. We still can win the natty, though. A natty is still very much so achievable. We just gotta make sure we don't have games where our QB runs a lot. Otherwise, we auto lose. And that's not very good. Dude, my right tackle is so good. Is there any chance I can turn any of you guys into higher overall players? Yo, his name is George Vaccaro. Anyone here remember who Kenny Vaccaro was? Dude, Kenny Vaccaro was like one of the most goated Saints receivers / Miami Dolphin receivers of all time. That, like, I feel like no one remembers. '98 overall left tackle. Dude, this team is stupid. This team is stupid, man. My fucking middle linebacker has 32 tokens. Damn, Big Hoss is in fact a big hoss. Jesus. $17 likes. Appreciate y'all. It's 10 tokens. Let's go max zones. Screw it. Maximum zones. Dude, this is the fact that we have enough tokens to still get guys to go up like 1 to 3 overall is kind of insane. Like, these dudes earned so many mid-year that they can still improve. And I normally never do this manually. Normally, I just auto-do it, and I waste it on, like, abilities and shit, but I can't auto no more, so I kind of have to do it myself. I'm probably going to stop upgrading these guys, though, just because there's a good possibility that a few of them I could actually bring back, but I'm not going to just because I'm upgrading them too much, but dude, what a year, man. What a year. Okay, team, we had a pretty embarrassing loss to Georgia. We won the conference championship. We got a bye week. Now we get to play Wisconsin. Let's go in, handle our business, go 15-1. I know the one sucks, but we got to do it. And win ourselves another natty. "14 carries for 40 yards might be one of the most putrid stat lines I've ever seen. We won the game, though, but what was my running back doing to get player of the week? Texas Tech. He must have caught a ridiculous amount of touchdowns. Oh my god, we almost choked into Wisconsin. Offense. Defense. What the fuck are we doing? My QB was running too much again. Awesome. Awesome. So we have 4 total sacks. But my QB ran 12 times, which you would subtract 4 from 12 to get 8. My QB willingly ran 8 times. Also, my 90 overall receivers keep outperforming the 98. Why is that? Actually, it's not even a receiver, it's my running back. Holy shit. Why did my 96 overall receiver not catch the ball? Well, at least we won. Don't like the fact it was fucking close. That's for damn sure. Yeah, Chad, this offense might be like Boise, where you really don't want a fast QB. Having a 2-point game in overtime versus shitty-ass Wisconsin is not something that we should have. Wisconsin should be so far beneath us that we beat them by 60 points. They're an 80 overall team. That took us to OT. What's crazy is even in the weeks where we're, like, not doing very well, the QB still does very well. We win. Oklahoma for the natty. Dude, okay, so 80 overall Wisconsin drags us through the fucking mud, and then the very next week we drag Texas Tech all over the place. Okay, sure. And you guys could never guess why. My QB had 6 rushing attempts. Not bad. Defense actually showed up too, so. For the natty. Do we go back? Actually, chat, would you guys be mad if I, like, ignored the loss we had if we go undefeated, or undefeated? 1 loss? Do we just, like, pretend like that 1 loss didn't happen?
The college football season comes down to this. The championship
Can we just, like, not see that little... Now, if we lose this game, obviously different story. 2 losses is 2 losses, but... If we beat the fuck out of Oklahoma here... Never happened. Never lost. We immediately scored, and scored again. And again. Field goals, though, not touchdowns. Okay. Offense, can we do the scoring thing, please? Nope. Okay. My defense can't stop a cold. And my offense is not getting 7. We're getting 3. And then in the fourth quarter, they... Okay. Prior to the 808, the fuck is that achievement? 85% or better completion percentage, 330 passing yards, 5 TDs, and 6+. Really? I've never accomplished that before? Really? Really? I'm assuming that achievement is in reference to, like, the greatest national championship game a QB's ever played. Otherwise, it's a very oddly specific stat line, but... Yeah, this game, as you guys know, is very weird. We had a very good first quarter, going up 10-7. And then in the second and third quarter, we kind of did dick all. They outscored us 30-22. And then in the fourth quarter, they literally couldn't score. My QB threw almost 90%, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. We had 0 sacks. Okay, game. And 0 picks. How do we lose, or how do we win this game? Dude, their QB just molested me. 24 for 30, 80%, 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. How in the world did we win this game? Like, actually. Their 84 overall receiver just did diabolical shit to me. Their defense had multiple sacks and 1 pick. Okay. That's something. I mean, we won, so that's cool. But, like, I don't think we really deserve to win, though. Our team kind of played like shit for majority of that game. But I guess you could argue that in the one quarter in which our team didn't play like shit was the fourth quarter, which is the most important quarter. So, I don't know. Fun dichotomy. It's like, well, we sucked dick the entire game, but the fourth quarter we played pretty well. So, I would have preferred to play good, you know, the whole game, not just one singular quarter. But there you go. There she blows. Let's go peek our stats. Actually intrigued on what they're going to be. So the QB had literally an identical stat line in terms of interceptions and touchdowns. The only difference was passing yards. This QB threw for about 400 less passing yards, which makes sense because this QB has 88 speed, so that's not bad, though. My RB1 had 27 rushing touchdowns. on 1,200 yards. The yards weren't very great, but the touchdowns were insane. And then my QB ran for an extra I guess if you combine the rushing yards and passing yards, he actually finished with the same total of like net yards, period. But he finished with like almost 80 total touchdowns. So I guess technically, from like a numerical standpoint, John Pears had a better season than the other QB, but I don't know. And then receiving yards looks almost identical to last year. 1,600, 1,600, 1,300, 1,000. My running back had damn near 500 yards, like 17 touchdowns, 14 touchdowns, 26 touchdowns. It's weird, though, that it seems like one receiver in your offense ends up being the leading receiver, like receptions, but then every other receiver in your offense catches the touchdowns. That's very odd. Blocking, my left tackle, who's a 98 overall, gave up 12 sacks this year because blocking is just, it makes sense. Edge rushers, my D tackle led the team with 13, my edge at 13, and that's pretty much it. This guy did basically dick all the entire year. Picks, number 1 corner had 10, and then the rest of my defense kind of did fuck all, but kicking was not too shabby. No kick/punt return touchdowns. That's pretty sad. But overall, not bad. Not bad. I don't remember the exact, like, I could rewind the VOD, but I think we had more points and more total offensive yards last year. I think. So the offense played a little worse than last year, and our defense played significantly worse. We were top 5, but played significantly worse. Here's what I've been looking forward to, man. This running back wants champ contender. Dude, holy fuck, where is my money? Where is my money? The game just awarded me 1,600 NIL. Oh. That's fun. I got the fucking, the money glitch. I'll rewind it and show you guys, but the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see that it does give me the pop-up saying that I did do my challenges. I got no money. Right here. Yeah. You've been awarded 1,650 dynasty points from completing your blueprint goals. There's no way I should be poor, game. I shouldn't have under 200 dynasty points after completing my goals. That makes no sense. That's great. I'm glad that's still in the game. And what's fucked up is the week after this, they're going to give me my money back. Which is funny because I don't need the money then. I need the money now. Yeah, that's a new glitch. I really hope they fix that, but I don't really think they will fix it. It's the same thing that's going on right now with like the XP, where like you're not getting your total amount of XP that you're supposed to be getting when you advance the week. Like example with the conference championship game you guys just saw. I got like 4K of it the week I won the conference championship, but then the week afterwards they gave me the rest of the 15,000. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but something is wrong with the game to where you're not getting all of your XP when you're supposed to get your XP, and not just are you not getting it, but the money does the same shit. Like next week, my money's gonna update and I'll be rich as fuck, but at that point it won't matter because, well, I can't re-sign nobody because I don't have any money. So also, champ contender, champ contender, champ contender, champ contender. Guys, we have literally won 7 straight natties. What do you mean champ contender? What do you mean champ contender? Guys. I get like playing time, I get all of that shit. But champ contender? We haven't lost in 7 years. What do you mean champ contender? What the fuck? I'm gonna go look at the rest of our roster. Make sure we can keep everybody fed. The fact I can even bring him back at all is kind of insane. Okay, so I have 1,000 points to work with. I'm really tempted to bring him back. Because he's one, my #1 receiver, and 2, he's elite dev, so he would kind of be nuts. But I need to go check really quickly. If he has any room to improve, because he actually might be skill capped. Which, if that's the case, then obviously he can leave. I mean, he's not, like, terribly skill capped, but all I would really upgrade for him is the 3 hands upgrades. Try restarting the game? Okay, I'll try that. But I got 3 hands upgrades, which realistically will cost about 20 tokens. So the rest of his tokens will go straight to speed, which won't dramatically increase his overall. Yeah, thank God. Thank God it doesn't happen every year, ODX, but there you can tell the years you do get fucked because you'll have no money before you re-sign anybody, which is like, that's how do you gain? Or first of all, I went into it with 3,000. I had 3,000 NIL remaining. And then I gained an additional 1,600 from accomplishing my challenges. So I should have bare minimum like almost 5,000 points. And I have 200. What? I specifically always save money to avoid that. Yeah, I didn't give it back. That 780 you see in the top right is because I removed these guys as to 0. What about this other receiver? Does he have a lot of room to grow? Because I might bring him back. He's in the same boat. His hands, route running, and elusive is all capped. I mean, I can't use the portal because my team is literally overfilled. So what I might try to do is give everybody their expected offer. And if they stay, they stay. If they walk, they walk. From my experience, giving them their expected offer doesn't really work. But we'll see. I now have max QB and max receiver upgrades now, so we should never be out-sniped for a QB or receiver ever again. Triple stacking elite recruiter goes dummy with it. Hey, we got Kenny Vaccaro's to come back. That's cool. He wasn't that expensive, though. Like, he really wasn't. That's cool. Can we bring you back? No, we can't. Well, fuck. So everyone who's a first-round pick, we don't really got to spend their tokens. Actually, happy he's leaving. This kicker has 14 points chilling. Let's see if he gets drafted. ODX, this is why I do a hard save every week. I would have replayed the national championship, which could be dangerous, but would never let a glitch screw me. That's not how that works, ODX. The glitch wasn't the week, like, it wasn't the game. It was the week after. So, like, the moment you sim past it. So, it just does that sometimes. Very dumb, but these seasons do take a tremendous amount of time, like, in totality. So, if I did a manual save point before every single week, that would take so much more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 first rounders. Love to see it, boys. Is there a 5-star corner? There is. It's a 5-star corner and a 5-star mic. Screw it. I'll go grab those two guys. It's not like I don't have the money. I have $1,000. Sure. Yep. Sure do have $1,000. What's my real money? There we go. Now it's fixed. There we go. Now this is my real money. I've after these two guys, $2,300. Well, actually, Beastly, the game's not bugged. You're just really bad at managing your money. No, this game sucks. Yeah, now I have my real money, so I don't need it now though. Like they're already gone, so thanks for giving me my money after they're gone, but yeah, they're gone. So I have it though. It's finally fixed. Should have been that way from the beginning, but EA Sports. I'm so big baller brand, I am not even upping the money. If they jump me, they jump me. I'm not upping it. I'm lowballing these 5 stars, and they're gonna fucking like it. Michigan quit. Fuck you. Ooh, I think I lost you. That week 4 visit gonna hit hard, so I'll go max money, but yeah, you're fine. Yay, we got the 2 extra 5 stars. Nice. My team should have no holes now, which is pretty cool. Let's see how we stack versus the rest of the country. We have the 4th overall class, and I've spent $1,500. I got 8 5 stars and 8 4 stars with a 3-star kicker. Not bad. Not bad. Well, chat, we play this game after every single season. How many Elite Devs slash... Actually, we'll just do Elite Devs. How many Elite Devs do you think we got? Because last year I guessed 12 and we had 11. I was off by 1. Oh, it's a very, very, very fun pastime we have here. Fat Boy guessing with 11. I mean, we only have 17 total players, Fat Boy, so 11 out of 17 would be nuts. I'm going to guess, like, probably 7. ODX 8? Okay, we'll do that. Let's see. Star Dev out the gate. Okay. Star Dev. Okay, fuck me both here. Star Dev 3 in a row. This is not good. Elite Dev. Finally, there's 1. Star Dev fuck. Star Dev fuck. Star Dev fuck. Star Dev fuck. Oh god. Impact Dev. Star Dev. Oh, we're so fucked. Star Dev from the kicker. Elite Dev 2. There's 2. Elite Dev 3. Star Dev. Elite Dev 4. Star Dev. Elite Dev 5. Yeah. 5 of 17. Ouch. That's a rough class. That's a rough class, man. That's because we had 1,000 Star Devs, man. How many Star Devs we get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Dude, 11 of the 17 were Star Devs. Oh. Now, mind you, we have like a full roster, so I really can't recruit that many players. So the fact that we only recruited 1 person who's Impact Dev or Normal Dev is pretty nice, but still. I want to see more Elite Devs, guys. More. Not less, more. Why is his throw accuracy short 78? Why is his throw accuracy short 83? Excuse me? Excuse me. I would like to talk to your manager right now. Excuse me? Fucking-excuse me? Well, I absolutely butchered his throw power, but I gave him more accuracy, more IQ, and the elusiveness bump, so that's fine. Yeah, 83 throw short is disgusting for a near max upgrade. That's foul. Yeah, the rest of you guys are staying pat, so have fun. Oh, my O-line is so cooked. My O-line is fucking flambéed, brother. A backup right tackle. Oh, and a backup center, too. Where's the rest of my O-line at? What the fuck? I think every single one left. That's fine. I mean, you're 283. You're large enough to play D-tackle. He has no actual strength, but that won't matter. Ba, 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 ba. Actually gain more skill caps moving. Yeah, he's probably better off playing D-tackle than edge. That's crazy. I'm going to have the good person switch to kicker, but next year I'm going to move that punter to kicker. He'll be better in the long run. You're an agile lineman. I don't think we're moving you to D-tackle. I think you have a center in your future, big dog. Well, let's do said glitch, boys. 18 likes. Appreciate y'all. This is the real thing, is does it work multiple years back to back? I'm hoping it does. Turn this shit on. Now we turn it back off. Ha, it worked. Hey, it worked, chat. Oh. Did I miss seeing tokens like this? Oh, I miss this so much. I missed this game, man. I missed the good parts when the game wasn't just cock and ball torture. Well, just to make more money for my coordinators. Honestly, I probably can still afford having the 20% extra tokens, but it's whatever. I'll penny pinch, even though I'm pretty sure I don't have to. I'll still do it. Ooh, a 58. Love that. You know what? We'll play UMass. Why not? It'll be fun. Wow, I got 5,000 NIL to spend. It's almost like I'm good at managing my money, but the game's like, ha, no money for you, bitch. I guess. Eh. Eh. He's slow. They're all mid. They're all mid. Ew. Either they're too slow or they have no throw power. Nasty. .94 speed. Love that. Aw, you suck. Please stop giving me back-to-back good running backs. This playbook doesn't utilize more than one, so if we could just stop giving me like 6 good ones, please. Like, receivers are what we need. Thank you. Give me more of those. Ooh. Okay, not a bad class. Corner, receiver, tackle, halfback, D-tackle, halfback. Not bad. We are missing some tight ends. Let's go scout them bad boys, because these guys tend to be really bad. So if we can get lucky and not find a bunch of shitters, I would greatly appreciate that. We're also pretty low on... Ooh, you look like a specimen. Okay, there's one. Okay, those two athletes can go play other things besides tight end. And because there are so many still on the board, we're going to go scout the rest of these guys. Mateo. Oh, this is like... Okay, I need one tight end. I'm going to find like 6. Never mind. I think I found 3. That was super anticlimactic, actually. I was expecting we were making just great pace in the beginning and then just fell off. As do most things in life. These two can move. This guy's going to actually play tight end, which even then he doesn't look very good, so he's probably impact dev, so it's a bit depressing, but it'd be that way. We're lacking edges. Let's just grab actual edges. Why not? Nah. Let's just scout them. That's it, really. I am shocked. Good news, though, is we got lots of stuff to go recruit, so. We no longer have a team filled with nothing but studs. Which is good, because it gives me something to do. Because there's nothing more boring than having a team that's maxed out with no space to get more good players, so. Yo, any of these athletes, can you guys pop, please? Thank you. Thank you. I was gonna say, please don't pop. I hate edge setters. Edge setters just stink. Please, I need some defensive end juice. You're basically a glorified D-tackle. Fuck. Please, something. I need something, EA, please. I don't want to have to convert a linebacker to D-end. Oh my, you guys are just killing me here. Please. Can I have one D-end that's not good with like 65 speed, please? Oh, wow. I might actually have to go grab a 5-star. He's good. JK, he's 87 speed, but he just... rest of stats fell off. Thank you. Finally. I appreciate you. You gave me one defensive end that's not slow as balls. Who is also pretty good at the game. Oh, what? Now you give me an edge setter. Okay. We're just all about the... Oh, and you give me another D-tackle. Can you stop giving me D-tackles, please? I can't do anything with a defensive end with 70 speed. It doesn't work. They don't do the defensive end thing pretty well when they don't have the speed to tackle nobody. Well, actually, basically, in I don't care. 3-4, no. It's whatever scheme you play. If your D linemen are so fat they can't tackle a QB, it doesn't matter. And I don't want to spend years of my life grabbing them and developing them to where they're not fucking 75 speed. I guess now, though, technically, because the glitch that stops you from spending your tokens, I guess now it's not that big of a problem. Because you don't have to stress about it, because you could just say no. Or you could just scout people like Marshall Wolf over here, who's pretty fucking good at the game, so. Or we can do that. Thank you, you suck. I would have been mad if you were also a fucking gem. A very interesting D-line class we have. And by interesting, I mean shit. This guy's pretty good. This guy is mid. This guy's mid. This guy's pretty good. This guy's mid. I might have to move those athlete tight ends to play tackle or DN. Which I don't want to do, but I might have to because, well, simply put, it just would be the most sense. There are 2 strong safeties in this class. EA, what the fuck are we doing? There's 2 strong safeties in this entire class. I would like to say that's a rare oddity. It's really not. It happens pretty okay, 85 speed. You were cooked the moment I clicked the fucking button. Okay, off my screen. Let's go upgrade our team, shall we? Okay, so I have officially started upgrading my players at the 3-hour and 20-minute mark. Let's see how long this takes. Well, QB's done, unless there's... Ooh, we actually have some token caps. I guess technically I could upgrade them later. Ain't this weird? I'm worried about token caps in this game. How funny. How funny. Sam Nua, you are my starting back this year. I need you to not suck, please. Let's just go max route running. I don't think this does anything. It will move his overall a wee bit due to his archetype, but I don't think route running on RB affects Sim. I've seen RBs with like 45 route running have like the same catching stats as everyone else, so. I hope this backup doesn't ever touch the field. He's pretty shit. He has 78 stamina? That's disgusting. Ew. Ew. This guy's only 88 speed as well. He's not that fast. We'll see. Oh my goodness, 106 tokens. I love it. Give it to me. I need it. This is my crack, guys. Just holding the A button, watching these numbers go up. Bro, this is so just... Oh, if I had one more year to marinate him, he'd have max speed. Quiz. Do you know if this works in online leagues or just offline? It works both ways. Works both ways. Because it's really less about whether it's online or offline. It's just pretty much... You can't catch, which is weird. It's just the setting. I got so many receivers, actually. Just send them home. Send them out here. We got so many dudes, just... Get them out. But yeah, the week that you change, or the week that you change the setting, Quiz, it pauses the auto upgrade. So that would be the same way for online and offline leagues. Because unless I'm wrong, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the setting is dependent upon the player and not the I'm like, what are the words? The commish, there we go. I don't think it matters what the commish has a setting set to. I think it's based off your setting, so. Now, mind you, it'll be pretty fucking easy to tell who's doing this, so. Wouldn't recommend, but. Technically speaking, it's pretty apparently obvious who's doing this, so. Do this at your own risk. I kind of would like this guy to hit a 90. Karma, this brings tears to my eyes. I know, man. I know. This shit's actually like... You know, I got fucked the previous season with a glitch, but even, you know, the fact that I got fucked with a glitch, it still makes me happy because I get to have fun playing a game. The thing that EA doesn't want you to have, fun. I'm having it. It's awesome. I can choose when my player is good. Let's go. This is what manual progression is supposed to be. Manual. If I want you to be good, you can be good. If I want you to be shit, you can be shit. That's the whole point of fucking manual. Is to have me control it. Ah, Beastly, that's unrealistic. Go fuck yourself. You know how much unrealistic shit's in this game? And you draw the line at me just not upgrading a guy for one season? Lick my nuts. But Beastly, what about fuck you? If this game was perfect and there was no unrealistic things about it, I would be like, sure, fix it. But there is so many goddamn problems in this game that I don't even think it's comparable for the problems that this brings. Not even close. I'm gonna max upgrade his IQ, speed, and elusiveness. And just not touch his hands until he's a senior. Oh, I love this. Oh, chat. Actually, realistically, I probably should upgrade his hands in route running just a wee bit because he's gonna actually see the field, so. Probably should do that. Yep. So these two are 1, 2, 3. He's 4. We need wide receiver 5. Wide receiver 5 can be you. And guess what? The rest of my receivers can just go ride the bench, baby. You can go ride that fucking bench, brother. 19 likes. Appreciate y'all. We're 1 away from the big 2-0. Let's just get 3 upgrades of power real quick. Why not? Bam, bam, bam. Did absolutely dick for his overall, but that's how it be. This pure blocker is about to explode in overall. But specifically not upgrading his blocking just for this moment. '91 overall pure blocker with pretty good route running, pretty good hands, and can actually fucking throw a block. They're both 91s. Gritty possession, though. Let's just go back-to-back speed. 98 stamina, go crazy. Nice. My left tackle is 150 tokens. This is funny. You know, light work. Just light work. Watch EA patch this shit literally within the next like 12 hours. Watch EA release like a hot fix tomorrow morning that just patches us out the game. Oh, I would be pissed. He has 200 tokens. Ah, my brother. Let's max upgrade your pass blocking and IQ and then see what we have left. I mean, dog has no IQ upgrades. He's an 86. Oh, keep going. Keep going, big fella. Keep going. Which, by the way, does he not look like he's face scan of JJ Watt? I swear that looks like the face skin of JJ Watt. Like, make him go bald, and I swear it's JJ Watt. I'm not crazy, chat. That is literally the face scan of JJ Watt, I swear. I've seen way too many of his cards in Ultimate Team in my life to not notice that. He's actually close to token cap, so he probably should spend some tokens. Oh, chat, I gotta tell you guys a story Dude, the weirdest shit happened today. Papa Beastly about caught himself a body. I'm not even joking. And I'm not saying that to like hype my dad up. Literally, like, one of the weirdest things happened today. So, as you guys may or may not know, I live in the middle of nowhere. I live in literally a bonefuck nowhere. And so it's pretty uncommon would be the proper way of saying this to see people, period, right? We live in like a dirt back road off several mountains. So like one does not simply walk up to my house, right? And that will not happen. You have to deliberately do some turns here and there to like wander your way onto my property. And so I wake up this morning to absolute silence, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. They must have left to go do something and just didn't tell me. That's fine. I did my morning routine, get my coffee, brush my teeth, again, doing the whole waking up routine. And I'm like, is that my cousin's truck in my yard? Because I'm a spaz the fuck out if that's my cousin's truck in my yard. So I go to open my front door, and there's this gray Chevy Silverado parked like halfway up my mountain. And I'm like, who the fuck would park their car there? So then I get on my phone and text my dad. I'm like, hey, can you tell so-and-so to move his damn truck? And my dad's like, so-and-so's not there. And I'm like, oh. So who is that? And I'm like, and he's like, I have no idea. And I'm like, oh, great. That's nice. I can hear the fucking Michael Myers music already playing in my head. And so my dad was like, why don't you walk down there? I'm like, no, I'm not going to walk down to an unknown entity and be like, hi, how you doing on my property? Like, the fuck are you doing? And so my dad was like, okay, fine, bitch boy. I'll come handle it when I get home. I'm like, cool. So like my dad then drove home and like 5, maybe 10 minutes later, give or take. And my dad drove past the truck on the way up and's like, yeah, nobody's in it. I'm like, no shit. Nobody's in it, because if anybody was fucking in the car, they'd be dead because it's like 100,000 degrees outside. No shit. And so my dad was like, well, we'll just wait until whoever's in that truck comes back for their truck, and then we'll tell them to go off their property. I'm like, no. What if it's a fucking crackhead? We don't know who that truck belongs to. We have no idea. There's no like notes. There's no, it's just a regular truck. And the doors are locked. So like whoever parked that truck there didn't want anyone to get into it. And so I'm like, no, we're not doing that. And so then my dad grabbed his I can't use the actual word because YouTube will get mad at me, but just imagine what a stick is, and I'm not referring to the piece of wood. My dad grabbed a stick, or his stick, and wandered down there, and ever so politely looked through the car. And again, there was like nothing on it. It was just completely just an unnamed, undocumented car. And so then my dad walks back up the hill and he's like, yeah, we're going to call the police, get this shit impounded. I'm like, thank God. There's some fucking logic going on here. We don't know who this is. It could be, a crackhead, could be a fucking axe-wielding maniac. We don't know. It's just a fucking random car just pops up. And so then, after we call the police to come get this thing towed off their fucking property, because we don't know where the fuck it came from and whose it belongs to, this dude who's like an acre or two into our property just starts screaming, that's my truck. And so me and my dad look over and we're like, hey, we found the guy that owns the truck. I'm not a big fan of us towing that bitch off my fucking property. That it shouldn't, or say my dad's property, which it shouldn't be there to begin with. And so then this dude starts fucking sprinting in jeans, in work boots, with like a hard hat on, and he just starts running. And I'm like, either we've really pissed him off, or he wasn't supposed to have his truck towed. Either way, not my problem no more. Have fun. And so then the guy, then finally, I also probably upgrade him too much. But the guy then gets up to us, and the guy's like, hey, I'm a licensed contractor by the government. And me and my dad are like, cool, don't care. He's like, nah, I work for the power company, and I'm checking your property line for the power thing. And my dad's like, aren't you supposed to have a truck that has, like, I don't know, advertisements or like anything on it to show that it's a fucking work van or a work vehicle, not just a random Chevy Silverado? And the guy's like, yeah, it's my personal truck. And my dad's like, that's the problem. You didn't have anything on the window saying this is a work vehicle. It's just a random truck that you didn't call and like inform us, hey person, we're coming up to. Also, this tackle, by the way, is dog shit. An 86 overall with max upgrades and pass blocking and IQ is terrible. This guy is cheeks. So yeah, the tow car, the vehicle that was towing his shit, then was like, okay, I'll put it down. And the guy was like all mad at my dad and I, and I'm like, bitch, I don't get how you're mad at us. You can't just like drive up to someone's establishment, park your vehicle on their property, give nobody a heads up for what the fuck you're doing, and be like, oh yeah, by the way, that's my truck, you can't tow it. It's like, no. Luckily though, the cops that were called and the tow company that came and did all the fun stuff, luckily they were nice individuals and re-dropped his truck back. But this random dude who does power lines just for some weird reason decided today would be the day that he just drives up my mountain, parks halfway up my mountain, and then just go for a little joyride, walking around, again, telling nobody. Fucking wild. Actually fucking wild. I said I would do this last year and didn't do it. I'm actually done upgrading speed. I'm just gonna go straight for power moves. I don't think this matters for Sim. It won't make his overall that much better, but I'm gonna give him max power moves and max finesse moves and see if it does anything. And mid-year, he should get enough tokens to get speed. Speed or power, one of the two. Also, the gentleman wasn't even, like, wearing anything. Aside, like, his truck was just a random truck, but he himself also wasn't wearing anything that was like, yep, I'm out here. Some people, man. I think by law, you're supposed to wear, like, a yellow vest or, like, a orange vest in the woods. Just to prevent you from getting shot, but not everybody was born with intelligence. Some people do lack that key feature in life. But luckily, America is such a great country that even with a steady lack of intelligence, you can still survive, so that's cool. Oh, also, for the other last funny detail about this story, the gentleman also wasn't even, like, walking our property line properly. So, like, he was missing most of his actual shit. There's, like, an old metal fence that my great-grandfather made that goes all the way up my property line. And, about 5 or so years ago, I don't exactly remember when, but several years ago, the people next to our property sold all of their land for a tree company or a paper sawmill company. So they came and cut down all of those trees, and they kind of weren't paying attention to the trees they were cutting down, and they coincidentally destroyed our, like, fence that we had that fenced off our property to then shave off some of our trees, which caused, like, a massive dispute and yada yada yada. And So the guy just couldn't find it. He couldn't find it. However, if you do look with a little effort, you can still find the remains of the destroyed metal fence that where it once was. And that is why I enjoy living in the South. Because you can wake up and damn near catch a body for doing nothing. The other funny thing, too, is my father isn't the only person that lives at this residence. I also live here. So, like, even if they called my father and he just didn't pick up, which is a very large possibility, it's like, you didn't care to tell me that you guys were running a check? Okay. But that was my morning chat. Let's just go max block shedding. That was pretty poor, actually. I didn't do much. How do I upgrade just one overall? That works. $93, $88, $88. Actually, I should probably have sent up this dude. He's a junior. Yeah, I was sort of upgrading, I think, what, 330? 320? We're at 346. And I'm up to the D-line. Yeah, I regret upgrading. I mean, he's a senior, yeah. I guess if I was smart, I would have sent him this year, him next year, and by then these two would have been ready to go. Oh, well. Oh, well. Please stay 6. Please stay 6. Yay! I have the exact number of points to spend. I'll touch one of you backups. Ooh. If anything, because of the tech that was recently discovered with being able to hoard your skill caps, like, or skill tokens again, it has made talent developer. I mean, I think Elite Recruiter is still probably better in the grand scheme of things, but makes talent dev better. It's pretty cool. Oh. Do I want IQ now, actually? I probably should be doing fucking speed, because he's so bad. $79 COD, ew. Quiz, do you ever do a rebuild, not just for elite and startup players? Yes. So, most of my old VODs, I just did deleted, but they're still there. Most of my old VODs are privated. I guess I can show you very quickly. I did that just to make this year cleaner, but in hindsight, I regret doing that because some of my old videos, or old streams, not videos, my old streams, I've made references to, and you can't go back and watch them, or at least I might make them members only. I don't know. I just realized after I did that, I probably should have, actually had one of the challenge runs on screen. Where's the JUCO one we did? Oh, here we go. Here's the JUCO one. There we go. Yeah, because right before the launch of this game, I had some leaks and stuffs. So yeah, I've done, oh god, what, 30 to 40? I forget how many challenge runs we did last year, but if you go to the Discord, which shameless plug, but you go to the Discord, go to the here. We did 24 rebuilds last year. This is a little cheat sheet. That way you can see which teams we have and haven't done. I did a lot of different variety challenges, right? Georgia Tech was obviously the JUCO Joyride. That was where we could only recruit JUCOs to win a natty. Stanford was a Christmas-themed one. FAU was the athlete-only rebuild, exactly what it sounds like. I could only recruit athletes. Iowa was the defense-only rebuild. My entire offense had to consist of 1-star players, and my defense consisted of 5- and 4-star players. It was originally going to be only 5-star defensive players, but there wasn't enough defensive players spawning every year of the 5-star variety to actually make a defense, so we had to change it mid-challenge run to like 5 and 4 stars. What else did we do for challenge runs last year? Army was very simple. We had to use the option playbook in Sim, didn't play any games. All this is Sim. The Army playbook was just, the Army rebuild was just to use their playbook to win a natty, which was very hard because the triple option sucks dick. And then the only gameplay rebuild we did last year was Tulane. Tulane, I played every single game. And by season 2, season 3, my team was unbelievably stacked. We literally broke every single record in the game. There was one game, what's the fucking name? Was his name Marshall Panda? I forget what their receiver's name was, but there was a receiver we had that freshman year had 99 speed. And again, this was last year, not this year. So last year, having a 99 speed player was fucking rare. And we found one, so. But yeah, most of these rebuilds, the LSU rebuild, we did red gems only, which are busts. That was a fun rebuild where we could only recruit the worst players in the game, and we still won the natty, so. Most of these are challenge runs. Oregon was basically the Joe Paterno challenge, where I had to win, I think it was 411 games in a 30-year sim. And we ended up doing basically a 30-year rebuild with Oregon. And in that 30-year rebuild, I lost 10 games. So I had 10 sim losses in 30 years. So most of these are challenge runs. We haven't done a challenge run this year just because I haven't had enough experience actually playing the game to learn the game to be able to do stuff. So yeah, I might go back and unprivate those older streams because I did that just to make it clean. That way there wasn't a lot of visual clutter for the new streams this year and the old streams last year, but they were pretty good. Considering we have a pretty extensive amount of data on the game, I actually wouldn't be against doing a challenge run. I would not be against it. But as always, Quiz, your name is fairly new. I don't recall seeing you in any of my past lives. I never pick any of the teams I use for my rebuilds. Chat always does. So if you're wondering why a certain team was selected for a certain thing, it's because chat picks it. So the reason why we're doing Nevada now is because chat picked Nevada as the team we do. You guys on the Discord will vote on the challenges, and on the stream, you guys will vote for the teams we use. He can just sit there. He's fine. So if you remove the 5-minute yap session I just went on with explaining my old VODs and streams and shit, it would be 3 hours and 50 minutes. I believe I started these at what time? Yeah, we've been upgrading our players for about 30 minutes. Which that sounds like a long time to be manually upgrading your players, but this is so much faster than what it's used to be. Because I don't have to worry about backups no more. Literally all I have to upgrade are the guys that will be on the field. Everyone else can just sit there. I think last stream, yeah, I think a good example is we're about to push our second season in this stream, and we're at the 4-hour mark. Last night's stream, before the glitch was discovered, I think in like 3.5 hours, I got one season done. So yeah, a massive, massive, massive difference having to manually upgrade every single player on your roster versus just upgrading the guys that will start on your field. Interesting, this corner has more pursuit than tackling. That's weird. That's odd. And now we're on secondary, so we won't have much time left. We got corners, safeties, and kickers, and we're done. Yep. Ooh, that was the guy that we got from the portal, yeah. So, Quiz, I hope that answered your question. I wonder what would be the first challenge we do this year. What would be the first challenge run you guys would like to see? It'd be nice if you guys don't pick, like, the most diabolical shit as my first challenge. Like, example, the JUCO one is fucking AIDS. Why is the JUCO rebuild AIDS? Because you basically have 2 years to build a team. It's fucking terrible. You're a zone corner. Let's upgrade your man. As long as he's in the low 80s when I'm done, we'll be fine. 83, fine. Chat, my phone's on 4%. I'm so lazy, I don't want to... I don't want to go across my room to grab the charger. ODX, do a rebuild where you can only recruit 1 and 2-star players. That's my first challenge run of the year? I mean... we can, we'll see. We'll see. Oh shit, actually, you saying that just reminded me. Another challenge we did quite a lot last year, and I would like to do more this year, are state-themed rebuilds, where essentially you have to recruit kids only from one state. So, like, example, I think last year the first one we did was, I think, Mississippi, ironically enough, with Southern Miss. No, I lied. The first one we did was Hawaii. That's the first one we did. It was fucking Hawaii. That's what it was. It was the Hawaii-only rebuild. And that shit was awful. Because Hawaii, which is funny, it's the same way this year, but Hawaii has a tier, like... I think a tier 2 in Hawaii. They have some stupid, just low pipeline for their own state. And everyone else is a better pipeline than them. So, like, recruiting in your own state is almost impossible because USC has like a 4, Washington has a 4. It's just, which the other thing is Hawaii doesn't produce that many players in general. So the few players Hawaii does produce, you just can't get because, well, every other state or every other team but you have a good pipeline, so. You might get lucky with 1 4-star at Hawaii a year, and that 1 4-star will go anywhere but to your school. That shit sucked. That shit sucked. Did it, though. One of the worst overall teams to this day I've ever won the Natty with. I won the Natty with like a 70... I think it was like a 78 overall team. That was also back when, like, Ohio State was, like, prime, like, pre-nerf Ohio State. Dude, pre-nerf Ohio State hit different, man. That shit was different. Three-star with auto progression impact only. Okay, I can't guarantee their impact devs quiz. That's not possible. I did do a 2-star rebuild with Temple last year. It was my Terry 2-star rebuild where I could only recruit 2 stars. That shit was ass. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give myself those 5 minutes back. It took me about 35-ish minutes to upgrade my entire team. Which means I spent about 18 minutes on offense and 18 minutes on defense. Which is what it used to take me to do the entire team. Like, period. Also, yes, I know my QB is 84 throw power. I don't think throw power matters, so. But we'll see. I'll put it up to the Discord. I'll leave a poll in Discord like always. I'll have like 10 challenge runs there, and I'll let you guys vote for like a week. And whatever challenge runs the most voted for is the run we'll do. The challenge I'm most scared of is the Joe Paterno challenge, ironically enough, because last year I had this shit down to a science. We had 10 total losses in 30 years. I don't think I can replicate that this year. As you saw last season, even when we won the Natty, we still had a loss, so. Even though I had several years back to back undefeated, we still had a loss, so. That Joe Paterno challenge, you really don't have any margin of error. Because you get a 30-year limit in this game. Every rebuild has a cap of 30 seasons. So that I'm pretty sure I have to average like 11 or 12 wins per year just to keep pace, which basically that's not that bad, 11 or 12 wins a year, but if I don't have a good team early on, it's not going to happen. Now last year, luckily chat picked me Oregon, so had a pretty good initial roster. But example, if I were to get a shit team like West Virginia, I'd be fucked. So you can literally lose the run within the first like 4 years, depending on what team you pick. Because if you lose too many games off rip, it won't matter. I think if I remember, by the end of it, I ended up overshooting his record by, I think, like 30 wins. So it's not even like I smashed his record by some insane margin. I beat it by literally 2 seasons. I beat the record by a whopping 2 seasons. Very close. And there's like a possibility that maybe this year I could do I don't know if I could do better. I don't know. 10 losses in 30 years is so hard. Which, if you're also curious, it's the rebuild where I broke my all-time winning record. My win streak, I think, was what, chat? 200 and... I have it written down somewhere on a piece of paper, but I think my all-time win record was like either 280 or like 300 consecutive wins, which is like 18 seasons straight of just never losing a game. Actually, let me scroll through my notes. I probably have it somewhere in my notes. There's my old potential Prodigy notes. I haven't seen these in several months. That's funny. I did all that scrolling for nothing. I think the notes that it's written on is... Yeah, I think it's on my desk, actually. Oh, that's funny. This is what, like, not being cleanly does. Not that one. Ugh. Not that note. Oh, I'm retarded. Oh, I'm retarded. Yeah, I found it. My all-time win streak is 409 consecutive games. Yeah, I found it. Yeah. My current PR is 409 consecutive wins. Which, you divide 409 by 16. Yeah. I had 25 years and I lost 0 games. If I pulled up the record of in last year's game, it was literally an entire wall of just green. It's kind of insane. I mean, this one's not bad. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 8 years of nonstop winning, so this one's not bad. But that one had 25 years straight and lost one game or one game. 25 years worth of a streak. And if you don't believe me, there's witnesses in chat that were there for the entire thing. It was all streamed, so it was a hell of a time. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that I don't think there's a single person in all of CFB 26 that even came close to breaking my sim streak, but that's last year. This is this year. Let's get this depth chart fixed, shall we? So, unfortunately, we had about similar throwing numbers to the pocket passer, but they were a little worse because the QB would run a lot and get himself sacked with 88 speed. So now we're testing 99 speed, which is, I think I know how this will go before we test it, but I'm pretty sure the higher speed you go at QB, the worse the playbook works. We'll see, though. Kind of scared about his awareness. 90 awareness is pretty shit, so that's possibly problematic, but we'll see. Kind of weird the vertical threat's not. And we'll let it go. My guards are bricked. I knew it. I knew it. Do I have a better left guard? Thought I did. Guess not. My right tackle is low overall, but he's trying. He's trying his best. Left edge is almost properly done. Love that. Ooh, let's not have you actually play. Ooh, you aren't playing the way you're supposed to. Why? EA, why are you the way that you are? I have good wills. I have really good wills on this team, and EA's like, no, you don't. It's like, game, just fucking put the guys where they're supposed to go. Wow. Corners check. Safeties check. Kicker, punter, kick returner. He's the chosen one. 97 carry with good stuffs. We can just do both of them. Why not? Mon and or Lombo and Mon. Where's Lombo at? Third down back. I think this is pretty fair. Power back's the same way. Now, the slot receiver, I'm supposed to be sticking my best players here. But if for some reason the non-slot receiver has been getting the most targets, which I don't like that. I'm going to let it slide for one more season, but I think your worst receiver of your three should be in the slot. But we'll see. Rush left end is actually not that bad. Nice. Sub linebackers. Why is the 94 ahead of the rest? Slot is the number one wide receiver in the run and shoot offense. I mean, there's other offenses where your number one also needs to be in your slot, but I've noticed my number one receiver being in my slot hasn't actually resulted in my number one receiver getting the most targets. My receiver 2 and receiver 3 are getting more catches and yards than my wide receiver 1, which is weird. So to combat that, I might need to start moving that around. I would like the best actual player to get the most touches, but it's EA. 'Tis very hard. We need actually. They're all kind of the same. Yeah, we'll do Rashal and Kaufman. Ooh, almost there. We're done. Let's get the sim going. What travesties will we do with a 99 speed QB? Let's see. This QB should be having hella good rushing stats, so I'm hoping he does. Good news is that if we do somehow manage to choke a game again, like last year, it'll instantly pop up that we lost because it's my 80 challenge, so. Fun spoilers. Ha 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 ha. I have the hard sell on Timmy Drango. Give me this bad man. I'll scout the rest of the safeties, why not? You suck at 83 speed. Ugh. 82 speed? Oh, you're putrid. Absolute filth, man. What tis this crap? The safeties. All we got left are the O-line. So this should be pretty simple. You don't need that many linemen, so I'll probably stop with all the centers and guards. Okay, I feel like we've played South Carolina as our season opener 4 years in a row. Let's see how much we score and or what we win by. I got locked out of a player. Really? Oh. Okay. So what you're telling me is it doesn't matter what you have as your QB. They all perform the exact same. Like, objectively speaking, this quarterback has the worst throwing attributes and the worst, actually just, period, he has the worst throwing attributes. And he just threw for 455, 5 touchdowns, no picks. Took 1 sack and threw for 75%. Rushing, he really didn't do too hot in terms of the rushing attributes. He had 9 carries for 10 yards and 2 touchdowns. The touchdowns was cool, but with 99 speed and acceleration, he should be doing a lot better. Also, my number 1 receiver actually had the most targets this week. That's cool. I would like to see us do that every week, but it won't. Big hard sell. The biggest one could say. California's not really produced like that for me in seasons past. I kind of like how... Did they, like, sneak buff the Cali pipeline? I feel like the Cali pipeline has never just spat out this many studs. Like, we're not just getting 5 stars. We're getting, like, really good 5 stars. for things I normally don't see. Like running back. That's not normally a state that produces that many good running backs in-game. Who do we lose? Oh. These guys. Yeah, don't care. Was actually sad I lost someone for a moment, but if I'm not going after them, I'm not too sad. I'm not too sad. Where do we stop at? Nope. This plus this. One will be correct, and one will not be correct. We shall figure out which is which. Ew, this could be so many different things. I'll throw those two out very quickly, but... Hey, look, another California kid. Nice. We got hours, actually. I got edges, I have corners, I have tackles. We can schedule someone for week 3. We could do halfback tackle. Or we could do D-tackle, corner, edge. And let's go half and half, actually. It won't result in, like, the best visit in the world, but it's better than just doing nothing. Give him some salt and pepper. If I picked this guy, we could get him to insta-commit. But this guy needs the help. The issue, though, is it's such an early visit that it'll open the door for us to get jumped later on. But I'm gonna say for week 5. I could technically remove the extra hours off the guys who are not getting challenged on, but damn. Bama went to OT with Oklahoma. 59-57. Oof. No pop-ups is kind of scary. Ooh! I have to go figure out who the fuck their head coach is, because that's back-to-back years we've almost lost to Kentucky. I love how a 77 overall quarterback threw for 300 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, took 1 sack. 67%. My QB threw for 400, 6 touchdowns, 1 pick. My RB1 had 140 on the ground, and my QB had, my backup running back, my QB had, yeah, this is his back-to-back weeks. My QB's not really done shite on the ground. My number 1 receiver did not have the most targets again. This is we had that for 1 singular week, and now we're back to just playing musical chairs with my number 1 receiver. I'm so perplexed. How the fuck does my defense give up 38 points? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand, man. I have 2 95+ defensive ends. Actually, if you count my D tackles, I have 3 95 pluses on my D line. My Sam's a 95, my Mike's a 95. Actually, pretty much everyone on my field is a 95 plus, except for my slot corner and my backup safeties. Everyone else on my team is a 95 plus, or starting is 95 plus. Jesus Christ, dude. 40 fucking points. 40 points. Who is their playbook? I have to go see this. What the fuck's Kentucky's PP? Because they might have got a good coach. Baylor. Interesting. Also, 3-3-5's their defensive book. Oh. I mean, our offense scored 60, but more disappointed in the defense. But we'll see. Oh, big lead, big lead. If we win this game, we could deter the rest. Which would be cool. Trying to steal a running back from Alabama is pretty hard, which makes no sense because DeBoer's pretty ass at running the ball. I know, obviously, he's not there anymore, but still. If your aspirations in life is to be a good running back and you go to the league, you would not pick Bama because Bama can't run the ball to save its life. Which I think, for the record, is a coaching thing, not really a player thing. I just don't think DeBoer cares enough about running backs or the running the ball period. He cares about passing first and then running second. Which is a little problematic when the other team decides, you know what? If you're only going to pass the ball, I will only play pass defense. In which then they proceed to shit their pants. Because, fun facts, only playing one style of offense is kind of shit. Which, by the way, can't wait for the real football to come back very soon, so we can have these riveting stream conversations again about which team is better than which. And I'll piss people off with the football truth. Not even football opinions, just the football truth. Because that's what I specialize in, is giving the truth. I don't sugarcoat shit. If your team's ass, your team's ass. Which, by the way, I'm still to this day still getting shit from Indiana fans. You didn't believe in us. I'm like, no, I literally picked you guys to make the natty. So, go fuck yourselves. All I said last year, and I'll stick to it this year, I want to see you do something before I anoint you, where I crown you. If you don't do it, I'm not going to give you the crown. Signetti has now done it, so he has since earned the crown, so that's fine. But, like, example, I'm not Dan Lanning for Oregon. He's in the same boat Signetti was. It's like, I'm not going to say you're the greatest coach of all time until you fucking win one. Now, after you win one, we'll have a conversation, but if you don't have any accomplishments, I'm not going to treat you equal to guys with accomplishments. It defeats the entire purpose of what accomplishments are. I'm not going to put coaches who've done diddly dick in the same category, the same tier with coaches who've done stuff. No. That will not happen. You may do that, but I will not do that. Which, by the way, I know, like, it's become the running joke every year of, like, this is Oregon's year every year, and then they proceed to just shit the bed and embarrass themselves in pretty spectacular fashion. But, like, seriously, though, I think Oregon, if they don't win the Natty this year, I think Dan Lanning has to get fired. We've had this conversation last year. People called me crazy. They said, Beastly, you can't fire Dan Lanning. His record's really good. He recruits really well, makes a lot of money, yada, yada, yada. Then he got his back blown out by Ohio State, and people are like, hey, it happened once. Who cares? No big deal. Then last year, happened again. He got his back blown out by Indiana. Was it like fucking 40-0, whatever it was, before they finally scored their first touchdown. It was not even the game. Like, literally, Indiana was winning, I think, for like 59 minutes and like 34 seconds. Or like 48 seconds, whatever the stat was. Indiana was pretty much winning off the word go. So, oh, Beasley, but he's only got his back blown out twice in 2 years. I don't know who they play in the playoffs, but whoever they play in the playoffs, that's like a real football team. I'm not talking about garbage ass Texas Tech, like a real football team. Just, if they get their backs blown out a third time, that's all I'm going to say. Happens once, that's bad luck. Happens twice, that sucks. Happens a third time, I'm seeing a pattern, big dog. In this week's segment of Beasley Doesn't Know Ball. Hell, one of my favorite victory laps last year was the Indiana-Oregon game. I had so many Oregon defenders in the comments of, I forget which video it was, but in one of those videos I posted, I think it might have been my online Dynasty League, actually. I forget what the video was, but there was a video where, like, there was like 40 comments of just Oregon Glazers talking like, oh, they're gonna beat Indiana's ass, yada yada yada. And like literally as the longer the Oregon versus Indiana game went on, the more and more they went to my YouTube video and just started deleting their comments. And I was screenshotting them hoes. I was like, you guys are funny. You think I'm actually not gonna screenshot these? For like 30 minutes straight, I was just posting in my Discord, just funny ass, just pictures of comments that were getting mass deleted. People looking like absolute buffoons. Yeah, chat, I can pretty safely confirm it really doesn't matter what playbook your quarterback you're using. My QB just threw for 555 yards, 5 touchdowns, no picks, 80%. But again, as per usual, my QB has 11 carries for virtually 0 yards and a touchdown. 99 speed for what? No, but like seriously though, like 99 speed for what? Also, number 1 receiver did nothing. Number 2, 3, and 4 did better than he did. That's great. Fantastic. I mean, it'll guarantee a Heisman because these rushing touchdowns he's getting really skew that way. So that'll be good. I think he still probably commits anyways. I have a better pipeline. I'm not too stressed. Ooh. This guy, though, is 100% going to Bama. Unless they choke that week 6 game. The fact I couldn't crack his thing with the max money and the visit is very bad. That is very bad. ODX just completed my first season at UNLV and went 12-2 and won the Independence Bowl. That's sick. Making a bowl game year 1 is a massive accomplishment. Hell, you might have just upped yourself to like a 2.5. I don't know off top what UNLV is as their starting range, but shit, you might be almost a 3-star school already after 1 year. And that's like the goal. Because once when you hit that 3-star range, you get more free 3-stars, which is very important. He's scheduled versus Auburn. I might have to go max money for him. I have no pipeline. Which would suck. Using Notre Dame's offense playbook and mixing the 45 man pressure with the 4-3 UNLV was the favorite to win the conference. And luckily, luckily, got 2 stars. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I think I said it in my video, but just in case I didn't say it, I'll say it here. That's technically like the best strat, is changing your defensive playbook for who you're playing. So if you're playing a pass-heavy team like Hawaii, as an example, you would run a 4-2-5. If you're using a run-heavy a run-heavy opponent like Notre Dame is, you run the 4-3. But I don't really have the patience to sit there and do that for every single person every single week. But if you do have the patience, it's very smart. It's very, very, very smart. I might have to do that for the 30-year rebuild I'll do with a good team to try and beat my 10 sim losses in 30 years. I might have to do that over and over and over again, which would be so fucking annoying, but I might have to do it. I just think it's funny that you could have 7 people in the box with the 4-2-5 and then 7 people in the box with the 4-3. But magically, the 7 people in the box with the 4-3 will blow the run up better than the 7 people with the 4-2-5. Like, you can literally have the same people on the field, but the moment you change the playbook, it just magically changes everything. Also, going into the 4th quarter, we were beating Texas 13-7, and then in the 4th quarter, we scored 30 points. Excuse me? It's because my QB had fucking 20 carries. My QB's just running too much. I bet you the reason we scored 30 in the 4th is because the CPU kept going for it on 4th down, and my quarterback stopped running, which made the blowout happen. Oh, I really need Bama to lose, otherwise I'm gonna lose my kid. If we win this week at Auburn, we should get 2 commits. We should, though. I'm gonna up his money just because we're still kind of flirting with Oklahoma, which I think will probably come in and snatch the guy at the very end. The lack of pipelines is really hurting me. Which, if I wasn't an absolute money fiend, I would have just given the guy max money off rip to fix that problem, but I generally just don't like giving people the bag. If I have to, I will, but I personally prefer having money to throw away. Just because I would much rather, okay, I need 2,000 NIL, here you go. I need 1,800, here you go. Versus me just being like, okay, this guy's like okay, but why not? Fuck it. I'm sure there's probably lots of players I've lost by just not fully committing to them instantly with max offers. But like, for every probably 2 to 3 guys I lose by just not maxing and like them immediately, I've probably got like 30 other players on minimum offers that took like a fraction of the money. So, which that's the main reason why you guys always see me have lots of money. I don't spend lucrative amounts of money. Every now and then I will, but generally I really don't. I'm very frugal with my money. Which I think is also realistic of me. I think I'm the same way in real life. Like, I really don't buy shit that I don't need. Like, if I'm out and about and I'm like, oh, there's something, but I don't really, like, need it, I'm like, eh, I'll buy it later. And then later never comes and never purchase it, and, like, months go by, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I was supposed to buy that thing and just forgot. Bring in dem commits, baby! Keep the streak alive. What streak? Oh, we almost lost Auburn. Oh my god. Luckily, we put up 14 points in garbage time to make the win seem better, but the issue we're having is we're just running the ball too much with our QB. Also, our defense has kind of been getting cooked these last several years. Why does my 99 overall tackle with damn near max stats give up sacks every week? I don't get it. My defense also ain't doing shit either. Is there really anything else I could do, though? Probably scout some QBs. Oh, by some, there's literally 4. I've already scouted most of these athletes. No. Sad. Ooh, I could add me a youngin to the list. He's pretty good too. Ooh, 90 speed. 90 speed. Oh, we got them athletes cooking. Oh, shit. Damn, bro. What a way to walk off the class with. Some absolute units. But Beastly, you don't need quarterbacks. Shut up. You can never have too many quarterbacks, chat. You can never. You can never have too many good QBs. It's a myth. QBs are love. QBs are life. I will have depth for days. I will have so much depth that I will not know what to do with it. Well, we've had some pretty scarily close games, which I don't like. I like blowing people out by massive margins, but we're not really doing that anymore. Hey, 20 likes. Appreciate y'all. But we're winning, so that's something, but... Ooh, 2 picks. Love that. There we go. The number 1 receiver actually had number 1 receiver numbers, finally. Took long enough. Already almost midnight. Damn, this time's flying. Time is flying. I have to save that visit. So this is a 31% chance to be the football. Has a 30% chance to be the Stars. And lastly, a 25% chance to be the SEC. Okay. One of those 3 should be right next week. Nice. That's the other main benefit of having so many recruiting perks, is it does obviously help you early on when the recruiting is kind of a mad dash for the recruit, but the main benefit is the after effect. After effect? After effect. Where you can just clean up the board so fast. Dropping 80s. Disgusting. Disgusting. Vanderbilt, what is your best efforts? Probably a 35 to 40 point loss. Being real. Well, we won. This fucking whack-ass Georgia team. Hey, I was right. It was a 35 to 40 point win. I mean, only beating Vandy by 35 is a bit disrespectful, but to be fair, we're kind of... Not kind of. We are running the ball a ton, so... That's kind of the thing I've noticed with the faster QBs. You just run the ball a lot. Which makes it harder to then get passing numbers because your guy is just running. I think it also affects the RPOs as well. I don't think the computer actually reads RPOs properly. Last year they did, but I don't think the computer does read RPOs this year. I think literally when they snap the ball, they like predetermine if they're keeping it or not. Which is just nuts. Like, even if the shit's not open, they're like, yeah, it's fine. It's like, let's not. Yeah, but coach, I got 99 speed. I don't fucking care. There's a DN directly in your face. Don't do that. Also, I've seen it firsthand in slow sim, so if it's happening in slow sim, I wouldn't be too shocked if it's also happening in menu sim, but that last part's a wee bit subjective. If he's the only center, I probably should pair him somewhere else. Well, last year our one and only loss was Georgia, so can we avenge that loss? Let's see. What do we think? Did we avenge our 3-point loss? I believe so. We did. Nice. Oh, we murdered them. Okay. My guy threw a pick. Bro, my 99 speed quarterback still can't gain yards. Oh, I hate this fucking game. I've seen 70 overall pocket passers get 80-yard scrambles, but yet these dudes that can actually scramble, I swear, can't scramble. I hate it. Like, the fact that this 99 speed quarterback is just going to have slightly worse rushing stats than the 88 speed guy is disgusting. There should be a bigger difference between a guy with 88 speed versus 99 fucking speed. And I feel like that's not a hot take. But we'll see. I probably shouldn't have hard sold that, because can't this also be... Yeah, it could also be that. I'll do a soft and a hard. Actually, I won't. I'll just do double soft. That way, if I do fuck it up, which is a 50-50 coin flip, I'm not going to get punished. There's 0 QB design runs. Well, that's interesting. That honestly makes it even worse, though, ODX. That means my QB can't break the pocket. He can't break contain with 99 speed. Because at least if there's a couple read options the CPU's calling and the computer just doesn't make the read properly, it's like, okay, well, that's how that's supposed to work, right? You're not making the read in the read option. You're just doing it. But if there's no read options or speed options or RPOs in which the QB keeps the football, there is 0 reason why my QB isn't gaining yards. He with literally max speed. He physically can't get faster. He's quite literally capped out in speed. Like, example, I know Ohio State's... I'm pretty sure Ohio State's the only playbook in the game that doesn't have the RPO QB keeper / speed options and read options. But there should be a few in the playbook. Just not many, but there should be a few. Well, we won, which is cool. And then this week, my number 1 receiver again goes back to being like a number 1 receiver. 5 touchdowns. I wish there was a way I could consistently get this fucker to do this every week. It's just some weeks he'll get 11 catches for 3,000 yards and 5 touchdowns, and other weeks he'll get, if we're lucky, 4 catches for 80 yards. Very annoying. Damn it, I had the hard sell right the first time. I think we're gonna get the guy anyways. We have literally no resistance, but I did technically have that right the first time. Darn it. Also, if any other person hops on his tight end, we're so fucked. The problem, ODX, is that there are so many plays in every single playbook that unless you manually go in and just look at every single play and see how it runs, you really don't know, right? Because there are some RPOs in this game where the quarterback will always throw the ball. The CPU will never hand the ball off to the running back. It's always a pass. There are some RPOs in this game where the computer will always hand the ball off. It'll never throw the ball. And then there's those other ones, which are really funny, where the QB neither throws it or hands the ball off, and they keep it with the QB. Those are the glitched ones that you see a lot of people use online and head-to-head because, of course, they do. And unfortunately, because we're simulating, I'm not actually watching what's going on. My own 2 eyeballs, so I can't really... Well, this is happening, so let me go fix it. So I'm not, so... I also really hope next year... It's probably not going to happen, but next year I would like to have custom playbooks and custom schemes in this game. Like, I like what Madden does, where you have, like, scheme fits for your team. So you could go after a really good player, but if they don't fit your scheme, they might not work the best. But I don't want there to be predetermined schemes. I want you to have your own scheme. Like, as an easy example, I call zone when I actually play the game, like 90% of the time, give or take. I would like to make an actual defense where the only DBs I have are zone DBs because it's the only defense I call. So, why have man plays in my playbook if I don't call man? And you could even make it to where, like, if you have players that fit your scheme, they get, like, a bonus. So, like, the 85 overall zone corner I have will actually play better than his 85 overall would dictate because he's playing in the correct scheme versus a 90 overall man-to-man corner, which wouldn't play very well in a zone scheme because, shocker, he's not meant to play zone. So, that's a very, like... I'm talking middle school alley-oop EA could do. Just the easiest layup in the world for Dynasty. Here's your coach. Here's your schemes. You can change it. Some years I might be a man-to-man scheme. Some years might be a zone-to-zone scheme, but allow you to change it, make them not predetermined, and it'd be nice. QB also lost the Heisman. He was number 1. Well, we almost lost the Aggies because we just couldn't stop them from scoring in the fourth quarter. My QB played like fucking dog shit, though. He threw 2 picks. Finally, his first good rushing game, though. Had a 62-yard scramble, finally. It only took the entire damn year to have a good run. Shocker, the good QB finally played good, and the thing he's supposed to be good at, which is running with the football. Which maybe the reason why he's not running very well is because maybe juking, spinning, and break sack. I mean, break sacks is different, but break tackle is what I probably should have said, but you get the point. What probably, again, I don't have anything to prove this, but trucking and strength and stiff arm might matter more for sim for your QB than juke move, spin move, and break tackle. Because it shouldn't be this hard with a quarterback with max stats to run the football. It really shouldn't be like pulling teeth. Man, why did you not just commit? No one's going after you. I guess because you're waiting for my visit this week, but no one's going after you, big dog. Just commit. Just commit. Also, undefeated Oklahoma. Oklahoma ran through the SEC, and we're going to probably more than likely meet them in the conference championship, undefeated versus undefeated. We broke the receiving touchdown record? Really? My left tackle has 30 tokens. Well, now you're stronger, so have fun. This is the scary part. My coordinators, please. Please come back, brother. I can't achieve success without Adam Austin running my O. Brian Williams, my GOAT. You've been here since day one, please. Please. I need you to come back, big dog. I need you to come back. Please. We got undefeated Oklahoma versus undefeated Nevada in the SEC championship. Might be the most hype SEC championship we've had in a long time. Let's go and watch it in Fast Sim. Oh, I'm the away team here. That's interesting. I assume we would be the home team because we're number 1, but I guess not.
Welcome to Owen Field.
That's interesting, man. Play like a champion. You guys haven't won one of those in like 40 years. Well, actually, basically, I know. Well, we scored first, and they instantly scored back. Come on, offense and defense. Up 1 score in the third. Up 2. Love back-to-backs. Up 8. A clutch 3 to ice the game, and we win 54-40. Holy shit. Defense didn't exist, but our offense scored 50, so it's fine. Our offense just put up 52 or 54 points. It's not bad. Not bad. I mean, actually, that's pretty terrible. My defense just got fucking Swiss cheesed, but yeah, threw 2 picks. Oh, that was their QB. My QB threw no picks. 80% for hundo, though. Holy shit. Also, no negatives. Run and shoot equals defense is optional. That's true. But to be fair, though, I've really not had that much issue with defense these last couple of years. Like these last 3 years, defense has just not really been defense. Like, example, if you go back to the... Actually, yeah. If you go back to the first year we used the Hawaii offense, we were scoring almost 65 per game, and my defense was giving up like 13 or 14 a game. But these last like 2 years, it's like my defense has been giving up like at least 30 a game to like most competent teams. Now, obviously, you know, when we play the 60 overall teams, we kind of beat them to a pulp, but like, if they're even a semi-decent team, we just kind of get gashed. So, not good. We're going to play them again, too. So, let's hope they're not on our bracket. Did I lose my coordinators? I believe I did. I think I did lose my cords. Unless they're waiting a week to give me the pop-up, but I think they both just left. Got my XP this week, so. Heisman.
Greetings and welcome to a very special moment on the annual sports calendar.
Give me the numbers, man. My QB, 5,000 yards, 58 touchdowns, so he's the least amount of passing yards of the 3. About the same number of total touchdowns as the others, though. Their receiver cracked out 20 touchdowns, probably because they just fucking played me. Give him 1,000 points. That QB played pretty well, but my guy played objectively better in every stat, so. Have fun, McAdoo, McDoo, whatever your name was.
This is really a nervous
There's
time
my
for
wide
them.
receiver.
This close to the
25
trophy,
TDs,
but will they get a chance to lift it?
1,400 yards. Yeah, not many yards, but
All these guys have enjoyed the
either my
experience.
QB wins it or my receiver wins it.
Tonight belongs
Their
to
stats were
one
just
man.
better than everybody else. Who was it? It was my receiver. Wow. Nice. Time to have every award under the sun given to me. Thank you. I'm just spamming the A button trying to hurry this up, and we're still getting pop-ups. Oh my god. Did they literally give me every award there is? They might have. Please. Please let me hurry up. Oh, he came back. That's cool. One homie came back. Other homie left my ass. I'm sad. Couldn't be a big happy family forever. But Brian Williams the GOAT, so. Actually, I think I'd rather have this guy, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna fire them either way, but get a better guy next year. Oh, well, we got one of our chords. Brian the GOAT came back. Other one, not so much, but he's on to greener pastures. Hopefully we can play him, though, and, like, beat his bitch ass and sun him like the child he is, but... Oh, wow, I'm doing terrible for 99 overall players this year. Wow. Like, shocked how bad we're doing. Like, actually shocked. Normally I have, like, at least 5. I don't have shit. Huh. .97 edge. Got like 2 sacks, but I'm kind of tempted not even to upgrade these guys. Just let it go. What happens, happens. Watch our first matchup in round 2 be fucking Oklahoma again. That'd be funny. It's not Oklahoma. That's good. The guy did sign his offer. I kind of feel the obligatory no shit, but It's not like we've won the last 8 natties or anything, so no reason. No! No! Oh my god! We lost again. I think that just confirms it. Like, unironically, I think that just confirms it that this playbook just doesn't work with fast QBs. Also, my defense gave up fucking 50 points. Dude, why the fuck is my defense so bad all of a sudden? Literally everybody on my field's like a 95 plus. What the fuck? What the fuck? "97, 96, 95, 93, 95, 95, 94, 97, 98, 95, 93. What the fuck? Let's go look at their offense, shall we? I went the wrong way, but I'm not going up anymore. Okay. My defense just got sexually assaulted by an 84 overall quarterback. An 88 overall running back with fucking 4 freshmen behind them. Oh my god, this game is so ass. This game is so ass. 88 left tackle, a 79 left guard, a 90 center, a 90 right guard, a 90 right tackle. Dude, this team is so fucking mid. They're starting cornerbacks in 83. Like what the fuck are we doing, man? Actually, what the fuck are we doing? And that's how the cookie crumbles. We give up 50 points to an absolute dog shit team. And that's how the season comes to a screeching end. Nice. Also, you know, my guy throws a pick. That's pretty cool. Threw for 520 yards, though. And took a lot of sacks. So, by a lot of sacks, I mean 2. He took 2 sacks. Which means he had 8 actual carries. And in those 8 actual carries, he had -1 yard. His longest scramble of the day was for 3 yards. Man, that fucking blows. That's so irritating that you just get punished for having a fast quarterback. That sucks. You just can't have fast QBs in Sim. They just run too much. Dude's longest carry of the day was 3 yards with 99 speed. With high 90s, juking and spinning and break tackle. And he just can't do anything. And Iowa wins the national championship. My eyes are bleeding. What the fuck is going on? Actually, what the fuck is going on? Well, let's go review our season stats and call it a stream. Obviously, he didn't get 16 games like the other two QBs got, but his stats are so inferior to theirs that I don't think the 2 extra games, quite frankly, mattered. He finished his entire season with 5,500 yards passing, which compared to the pocket passer is almost 2,000 yards less. So a dramatic decrease in passing yards compared to the pocket passer, and compared to the dual threat, he threw for about 1,000 less. So of the 3 quarterbacks, between the really slow quarterback, the average QB, and the very fast QB, he's lacking a significant decrease in yards. He also has I'm not going to say it's like a dramatic decrease, but technically he also finished with the worst completion percentage. 75 is still insane, but objectively of the 3, he finished the worst. I think the pocket passer finished with like 83 or 84. The dual threat, I think, finished with 80 flat, and then he's 75. So, again, following the stats, he's worse at doing those 2 things. Passing touchdowns, the pocket passer threw 70, I think, 70 or 71, something like that. The dual threat, I think, threw 60, and he threw 54. There's a possibility that if he had 2 extra games, he wasn't going to catch the completion percentage, he wasn't going to catch the yards, but there's a chance he would have caught the dual threat in touchdowns. He would have had 2 back-to-back games of getting about 5 touchdowns each, so it's not impossible, but would have been very hard. And then 5 picks. The pocket passer, I think, threw 1. The dual threat threw 4, and he threw 5. So, again, worse completion, worse yards, about the same number of touchdowns, and worse interceptions compared to the previous 2. Rushing. My RB1 really had a shit year. That's something I also think is very apparent, is just how bad my RB1 was. Dude had barely 1,100 yards and 15 tutties, which is compared to last year. That's almost a third of what we had last year. And then on the ground, you would think, oh, Beasley, well, of course, the passing stats are going to be inferior because this guy is a prolific runner. He ran for a whopping 225 yards. The pocket passer I had almost as many rushing yards as the 99 speed pure runner. Yeah. Had 7 rushing touchdowns, though, which is cool. The pocket passer, I think, had like 1 or 2. The dual threat had about, 5 or 6, but... So he had the most rushing touchdowns of the bunch, but, like... Who gives a shit? He averaged 16 rushing yards per game. Just horrible, man. Just horrible. Receiving, this is probably the best year we've ever had for a singular receiver in terms of touchdowns. 26 touchdowns. You would have easily cracked 30 if he had 2 more games. But the yards, it's all about the same. I've like, this year was kind of an outlier with this one guy, but I would be willing to bet it's because his passing numbers are just so dog shit. But getting this playbook to just throw to one receiver is virtually impossible for yards and receptions, but touchdowns, not so much. Touchdowns got funneled to him quite well, but didn't matter. For sacks, a lot of sacks for how good these linemen are, but it's EA, so a 99 overall lineman really didn't do much. Speaking of not doing much, my leading DB, my 97 overall corner, had 3 picks. Why? This dude has literally max attributes, and he had 3 picks. My other corner had 3 picks. This defense basically had no interceptions. My edge rushers were kind of goated though, but it just played really bad down the stretch. My defense forced, what, 5 fumbles and recovered 4 of them? I don't know. I really don't know. What kind of sucks is, again, the faster my QB was getting in terms of speed, the worse the attributes were, or the stats we were getting. The quarterback I'm starting this next year has 90 speed, so I'm kind of concerned that he's not going to work because he's too fast. I have 1 pocket passer on my roster. That sucks. That sucks, but oh well. It is what it is. There's only really one way to figure out these things, and that's to unfortunately have to manually go out and test it. So yeah, that's how she goes. The other crappy thing about a playbook that pretty much only works with pocket passers, again, Boise is in like the same vein, so everything I'm saying about this playbook just, it also applies to Boise and Miami and a few other playbooks, but the shitty thing is that because the playbooks only really work with pocket passers, that means you can only recruit pocket passers, and you might be like, well, Beastly, how is that a problem? You're not guaranteed good pocket passers every year. So when you have playbooks that require a specific archetype, it opens you up for problems. Kind of sucks that the best year we had was the first year, and every year since shit got worse, but it'd be that way. I have the money to bring him back. I don't know if I want to. He was such a bad running back. I really don't want to bring him back. Especially for the price I'm paying. He's getting paid a king's ransom to be a barely 1,000-yard rusher, which is really bad. Yeah, I don't know if I want to bring back any of these dudes. I kind of want to just get the funk off this team. Also, why the fuck do these 97 overalls want virtually no bread to come back? But this 97 wants a ridiculous overpay? I mean, he's worth it, right? Of the 2 receivers, this guy was, you know, record-breaking good. So I'm not against bringing him back, but we're pretty much bringing everybody back but this bummy-ass receiver. And my OC. But before I accept this, do you have any room to improve? Not really. If I were to bring him back, he would have max catching, but then the rest of his upgrades would go in power. I don't really know if that's worth it for a guy I'm going to pay a king ransom for. I don't know. I got 3,000 in AL. I got a lot of money. What do you want to come back? To have a chance to bring you back, you want 450. To guarantee you to come back, you want 510. I don't. Yeah, you know what? I'll give you the offer you're expecting, but not a penny more. And if you guys take these offers, cool. If you leave, that's also fine. I'm going to get done with this player leaving screen and then wrap it up here. Wow, I gave you all that money and you're still a medium? Fuck, you left? Okay. I know this is like super just not my normal, you know, train of thought, but I wonder if the reason why my defense is actually being worse, because my offense hasn't really lost a step. It's just been the defense has been really historically bad these last 2 years. I wonder if the defense being historically bad has something to do with how I'm upgrading my players. Because we've had really good defenses the last several years, and like I know we technically have the third best defense currently, right? But prior to this stream, our defense was averaging like 12 to 13 points, and now our defense is pretty much averaging like 17 points, which to roughly convert that in like EA terms, that's about 50. We were given about 30 points per game. Now we're giving about 50. So it's a pretty dramatic difference, and you can't say it's the playbook because the number one defense is running my playbook. So depth matters more on defense and offense. I mean, yeah, but realistically speaking, the backups, the only formations in which backups would come onto the field would be dollar and dime. But that's not, I'm not changing how I'm upgrading those players. The linebackers and D linemen are pretty much getting the same treatment. There's also no injuries, there's no wear and tear, so they're not going to get tired and sub themselves out. So there's virtually no reason to have good backups. Even then, I still have good backups, right? Like I have guys in the mid 80s that are better than fucking most of the starters, so of other teams. Like my third corner on my depth chart's higher overall than the number one corner for Tennessee. Yeah, but when you have it turned off, they shouldn't be rotating because they shouldn't be getting tired to rotate. The lowest overall player that recorded stats this year is my 4th string corner. He had 25 tackles. My 85 overall linebacker was virtually never on the field. He had 8 tackles. He played 200 snaps. Which, if you break that down across 14 games, he averaged a couple snaps a quarter. Both of them did. Hence why they recorded virtually no stats, because they were virtually never on the field. Fatigue is different mechanic than wear and tear? No, it's the same thing. My players will have 100% stamina the entire game because there is no wear and tear. There is infinite fatigue or infinite stamina, which doesn't occur with wear and tear. Yeah, my backups aren't on the field that much. Also, I don't know if this also counts special teams reps, because I know your backup linebackers and safeties also play special teams. I don't know if EA is advanced enough to differentiate special teams reps with regular reps, which would also explain why these guys have a couple tackles. It's because they're not actually being on the field. They're tackles on special teams. I mean, this dude, this 86 overall corner I had 1 pick. He was virtually never on the field, but the one time he was on the field, he had a pick. Like for running backs, it was just my starting 2 running backs and my QB. My running back 3, my running back 4, my running back 5 never stepped onto the field to record a stat. My starting 2 tight ends were the only 2 that recorded stats. My 3rd string tight end never touched the field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My 5 starting receivers, all 5 touched the ball. So receivers 6 and 7 never touched the field. And then obviously, because I have scat backs, I had a fair chunk of catches, but my running back 3 and 4 never had a single stat. My receivers, blocking is kind of different because, again, my backup recorded 105 snaps, but he gave up 0 sacks. So I'm going to just go ahead and assume this is either bugged or, oh, no, I'm right. I think this is counting special teams. Because I think your backup guards... I think your backup guards and your backup tackles are on field goal block, right? So just like how your backup linebackers and your backup safeties are on kick/punt coverage, I think your backup linemen also do field goals. So I think the reason why this guy is 105, 107, and 148 snaps is a combination of the few times we call goal line and they come onto the field for goal line and or kicking. But yeah, the backups don't... I don't think it's the backups. Also, I mean, the obvious one too is I was blowing some teams out by 60 points. Didn't happen often, but it did happen a few times. My backup QBs never record a stat, so I don't really think it's a depth problem. I think we just could have got unlucky. That's the other thing, is that it just got unlucky. It hasn't happened recently, but prior to the last probably 4 streams, you just lose the random shit teams. So that's how it goes. We might truly never understand. No, there are some things you can understand without having someone data mine the game, that being one of them. You can, if you turn off wear and tear, you turn off fatigue, your players will have 100% stamina the entire time. The only way your player would ever not be on the field when he's supposed to be on the field would be if for some reason you're calling a formation with default not adjustments. What are they called? Default packages. There we go. Like, I know there's some 335 packages that come pre-built, or not 335. There are some offensive packages like the Go-Go's that come out with 3 running backs deliberately, and you have to sub one of them out to being a receiver or a tight end. So unless you're using a playbook that specifically has inbuilt packages, which could fuck you, but we don't have that. So I don't know. I think trying to explain with logic and reason why I got butt fucked by a 84 overall QB is, the problem here. I shouldn't be having an 84 overall quarterback light my defense up like a fucking Christmas tree. That should just never happen. But that's EA for you. Oh, I can't see our schedule no more. We're past that point. But I could beat the fuck out of Georgia by 40 points, but I can't beat an 80 overall Tennessee team. That's nice. I mean, you can just look at Iowa's team as like an easy example. Iowa just won the Natty. And I know they have an 84 overall team, but again, that includes backups. So let's go look at their actual team, shall we? They have an 88 overall quarterback. Okay, that's pretty mid. They have an 83 overall running back. That's fucking terrible. Their best receiver is an 85. That's fucking dog shit. Their best tight end's a 73. Their left tackle's an 82. Their left guard's a 76. Their center's an 80. Their right guard's an 83. Their right tackle's an 86. Their left edge is an 81. Their right edge is an 87. It's like the best player I've said in a while. Their D tackle's an 89. He's okay. We're getting small improvements here. Their starting Sam's a 73. Their starting Mike is a freshman 78. Their starting Will's an 89. He's pretty decent. Their number 1 corner's an 87, then drops to an 83 and then a 76. Their starting safety is an 82. Their starting strong safety is an 85, and their kicker and punter are both in the 80s. This is a dog shit roster, and this team just won the national championship. So, again, I think trying to logically explain why I lost to a bad team and why a bad team just won. And I would like to say that they're using some like crazy playbook. They're using App State offense and 4-2-5 man defense. So I don't know, man. I don't know. App State new meta, maybe? No, it's just, again, I think trying to rationally explain why this game's retarded is just not going to work. So I'm not going to do it. I'm over here like, is my 85 overall third string corner gonna fuck me? Meanwhile, Iowa's an 80 overall starting corner. Oh, that's funny. Guys, is my 88 overall backup safety not good enough? Meanwhile, there's a fucking 78 overall starting safety just chilling on the field. Yeah, nope, makes sense. Makes sense. But again, that's how the game has been. And we had this really good stretch of time where we just didn't get fucked that much. Like, look at this, the run we did, right? Obviously, this was a close game, 38-34, but blowout, semi-blowout, blowout, semi-blowout, 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 close game. Like, most of these games have been either blowouts or semi-blowouts, and then just close game, didn't make it. But yeah, guys, I appreciate each and every single one of you guys who watched the VOD. Shout out all of you guys who are new. I appreciate y'all. Shout out Syracuse for the $5 dono. And also shout out Funktown for the $4 donos as well. I appreciate y'all. I will see you guys in the next one. So take care.